Welcome.
Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Alien Gathering.
Of ARPG has, and if a video game doesn't have those traits, it's not an ARPG. I think this is so reductive and constraining, and it's bad for being able to talk about games. It's so fucking stupid.
One thing I want to say is...
Not so fast, Act Man!
Who are you?
Me? I'm your sexy alter ego. And unlike your dumb virgin face, I actually get bitches. You know why? Because I like Diablo 4.
Oh,
but
wow.
You know what I like even more than Diablo 4? The sponsor of today's video, Naraka Blade Point.
Naraka offers a unique spin on the
Restream
classic
it.
Battle Royale format.
Welcome to my
and
channel.
Robust PvE content, focusing almost entirely on melee combat. Instead of hiding in a bathroom for 20 minutes like you work at Weenie Hut Juniors, you'll be in...
I used to do that in PUBG. Like, I would, I remember, like, a couple times I dropped military, and I saw the circle was gonna close in on military, and I jerked off for, like, 20 minutes, and I came back, and I was in the final circle, and I lost. Yeah. I ended up dying anyway, but I did make it to the final circle.
engaging in fast-paced sword fights. And there's tons of different weapons to play around with, like daggers, katanas, long swords, great swords, and more. It's also not mindless button mashing, as all three types of moves have a counter. So playing around these moves and knowing when to parry, when to charge your attack, or strike quickly is essential. Naraka is now free to play, and they are celebrating their 2-year anniversary with over 20 million players to date. And check it out, look, that's me, I'm in the game. Naraka is also available on all major platforms.
Yeah,
so
I
go
can
play
tell.
it today. Download Naraka Blade Point using the link in the description and pinned comment. And thank you, Naraka, for sponsoring this video.
And now for something completely different.
Didn't play on hardcore and you picked Druid? You couldn't even make it to World Tier 3? And I have expected this to be your first Diablo. This is by far the worst game review I've ever heard.
Which you have heard of.
But you have heard of.
That's got to be the best
Yep.
game review I've ever
Review. Yep, there we go.
seen.
So it would seem.
Man.
You are hater. Diablo bad? You are the bad guy to play it.
Bro, where do these people come from? Oh my god. What are these? This is like a... It's like... I don't even understand.
Bro, why do you sound like Wirt?
Chamber Butcher, the From Spell Portal Town-the-Cast.
Doesn't matter. You still bought and supported Blizzard. You deserve a bad game. Well, at least
Well,
this
you
guy
know.
said the one thing we can all agree on. If it's so bad, why the hell you still playing it?
It's not.
If COD World War II is so bad, then why do you have a gameplay of you playing COD World War II on the background?
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhymed, every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
They had to put level matching in to make it easy enough for a game journalist to play. because World Tier 1 wasn't easy enough. Now we're gonna get into the good shit, okay? Can someone explain to me why it's okay to make reviews on stuff you have not experienced? How are you going to complain about the endgame of Diablo 4 when World Tier 2 is the highest you have played?
I don't think he really talked a lot about the end game. I feel like he might have mentioned, like, yeah, it doesn't look like the end game is that exciting, but, like, I really don't think he talked about the end game hardly at all. Like, he mainly talked about, like, scaling, the way the world was, I think he mentioned always online, and, like, a few other things, but he didn't really focus a lot about that.
Someone explain to me why it's okay to post comments on a video that you clearly didn't watch or listen to?
Yeah.
I never criticized the endgame.
YouTube should have a feature like that, where, like, you have to watch a certain amount of the video in order to comment on it. That would be funny. I don't think they'll ever do that because it would probably reduce their engagement. But if you can turn off comments, I don't know why you couldn't do that. You have to like at least watch like 30 minutes of it, or not 30 minutes, so like 30% of it. A timestamp? Yeah, it should have a timestamp of how long you watched the video. Yeah.
Because I never played it. I criticized everything before it. And if I didn't enjoy what I played up to that point, then I ain't gonna enjoy the end game. If you don't like the dungeons in WoW, there's a pretty good chance you're not gonna like the raids. But here we are today.
That's true. Like, it's also like, if the game doesn't motivate you to play end game, then why the fuck would you even, why would you keep playing? It doesn't make sense.
Asking for changes and complaining on something that you have not experienced. Don't publicly stand on your stage and give opinions on stuff you have never experienced. This whole video would be different if he actually got off Tutorial Island.
What? Yeah, I know. People just like, they get so into that. And I don't really understand like why. Well, I think it's maybe because like it's a way for them to just like invalidate what somebody else's opinion is. But like, if a game doesn't motivate somebody to get to end game, doesn't that make the game kind of bad? I mean, like, so like if you ever, so like have you ever like started watching a TV show or watching a video or playing a game and like you didn't like it, but you didn't finish it? So are you then not allowed to say you didn't like it? What's the logic here?
I was stuck on Tutorial Island? I was playing RuneScape this whole time? This is one of the more baffling yet surprisingly common takes you'll see from Diablo fanboys. Instead of like outright defending the quality of D4's campaign and content up to level 50, they just say, well, that's not the real game. You didn't experience the actual game. Okay, well, if that's true, and Diablo 4 does hold the Guinness World Record for longest video game tutorial at a whopping 30 hours, then can I skip that shit? Can I get to the real game that people keep telling me is so awesome?
It's funny to me too.
It's crazy. Like sometimes you'll be able to run a dungeon, and then after you finish running the dungeon, you can do it again.
Diablo 4
turned you into a prisoner.
I mean, it's strange to me too. But we talking about practice, man. We're not even talking about the game, the actual game, when it matters. We're talking about practice.
Why do I have to suffer? Why do I have to go through all this bullshit?
Thank you. Yes, you should never have to. You should never have to earn being able to enjoy yourself in a video game. It's like such a ridiculous thing to think.
Then, do you guys think this dude knows that he's actually agreeing with me in saying that everything leading up to the end game wasn't that great? Well, he takes it a step further than I do. He's asserting that I haven't even experienced Diablo 4. This isn't even content to him. Why make a video about something you didn't even experience? Oh, cause clickbait. You see what I'm saying? This is pure coke, dude. These people genuinely think Diablo 4's campaign is so boring, uninteresting, and irrelevant to the core of Diablo that in their mind, they don't even consider it to be an experience that the game offers.
Yeah, it's because these are people that are hardcore Diablo players. They're Diablo farmers. They do the campaign. They skip everything. They don't watch the cutscenes or cinematics. They don't know any of the characters' names. They have no idea what they're talking about whenever they talk about the campaign. And like, that's just what it is. And that's totally fine. It's okay. But like, a lot of other people do care about it.
And yet they're defending it. It's opinions like these that make me want to host a tournament between Pokemon and Diablo fans to see which fan base has lowered their fucking expectations more. I don't know why you guys are trying to outdo each other, but holy god, with takes like these, the Diablo fans are pulling ahead. Dude, even with how down bad people were for Scarlet and Violet, you never saw someone come out with a hot take like, the gyms, the Elite Four, none of that stuff matters in a Pokemon title. That's not the real game. The real game starts at the Battle Tower. If you said
it's like where you're playing other people. It's just like, it's so weird.
That to a Pokemon fan, you would be strangled in your sleep. Guys, we're talking about a campaign that has a story. We're talking about dungeons, side quests.
I mean, listen, we talking about practice. Not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice.
You know he thought this shit up. You know this is making people mad.
Not the game that I
feel like Diablo 3 wasn't like, as I said, like Diablo, it was, I don't know. I feel like Diablo 4 is better than Diablo 3. That's my opinion.
Go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice? We're talking about practice, man.
All this stuff that you experienced prior to level 50. It's in the game, so it matters. It's part of the experience.
Yeah, it's like I remember whenever I started playing WoW, like I had fun playing WoW the first day I played WoW. Like I didn't have to like get to like level 25 to have fun, or like get to level 60 or 40 or 50 or anything. Like I had fun the first day I played the game. And I feel like there are very few games that I genuinely did not enjoy. Like there are times where like I didn't enjoy playing a game on stream because of like drama or something like that. But in general, like a game that I actually just didn't have fun playing, and then later on I started having fun playing it. I don't think that's ever happened to me, because I feel like every time I played a game and I didn't like it, and I came back, maybe tried it again afterwards, I didn't like it. Final Fantasy 14 mentioned?
You know it, boys. Here we go.
I don't know. I think A Realm Reborn is... I liked A Realm Reborn. I thought it was great. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I thought it was great. I liked it.
Try and pretend otherwise is just advocating for an objectively worse Diablo game for you and everybody else. And I don't know why anybody would advocate for that unless they're not actually a fan of this series. If you agree with me that
Bleak Faith is different because Bleak Faith literally got fixed. Like they literally hot fixed the game like 10 times by the time that I finished it.
Everything prior to the end game is bad, then stop defending it because you deserve better. Diablo fans.
Yeah.
I am not trying to rob you. I'm trying to help you.
Bro, you will be super.
Yeah, that's actually so true. Like if you make excuses for a bad game, you're gonna get a bad game.
Secretly going to be playing Season 1. This was clearly made 5 views. Yes, pass me up because your logic is off and I'm a fan, so what? But doesn't change fact? Garbage.
You don't know WAF World War II is Starrett liking World War II, then make that video.
Why dare you?
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
That's a good
Every
one.
stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
Bro, I hate to burst your bubble, but I ain't going to be playing Season 1, okay? I'm not going through the world record tutorial again, all right? What I will be playing is Diablo 1 Beelzebub mod, because holy tits, this shit is fucking awesome. Real quick, I'm going to recommend this mod for anybody that wants to play a fun, challenging ARPG. Beelzebub mod has the style and gameplay of Diablo 1, but with all the best innovations from D2. It also restores a bunch of cut content and quests. Let me show you guys one of my favorite parts of it. Look, they added a stash to Diablo 1. Check this out. You get 50 tabs of storage right from the start. Now,
wait, I thought you had to spend money for stash tabs. Wait, so you're wait, hold on. You telling me that a mod for a game that came out 20 years ago can have more than 4 stash tabs? Hold up. Bro, there gotta be, what's the catch? How much money we gotta spend? What is it?
But Diablo 4 has a similar storage system, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anyways, campaign is easy. Nightmare Dungeons will actually test your build and skill. Diablo shouldn't be judged by its campaign. So I just want to make sure where these takes are coming from. I didn't play much Diablo 3, but from what I'm hearing, that game must have had the worst fucking campaign yet made by man.
I thought the campaign in Diablo 3 was fine. I didn't mind it. I thought it was okay. It was a solid 7 or an 8 out of 10. It was not a 10. I thought it was fine.
Like, it sounds like it was so horrifically god-awful that it turned part of the fan base off to the idea of a campaign entirely. Like, was it actually that bad? Or maybe you guys have spent far too much time in the end game. You've forgotten that there's a beginning and a middle game, that what you're playing at one point had a story. Bro, everyone talks shit about all the different COD campaigns, but one thing we all agreed on was that Black Ops 4 should have had one. Why? If you don't care about anything but the end game, that's fine. But you have to acknowledge that other Diablo fans play these games for different reasons than you. Where is that fabled experience? I replay Diablo games every year. If the campaign is not the core experience, then the game has failed as a Diablo game in my eyes. Nope. Nope. You're not.
Let me read it real quick. What's the fabled experience? Replay Diablo campaigns every year of well balanced. The campaign is not the core experience, and the game has failed. Diablo game. I mean, it's a mixture of things. Like it's not the campaign does not define the game. The end game does not define the game. It's a pie graph.
And the game has failed as a Diablo game in my eyes.
I think.
Nope. Nope. You're not supposed to play these games for the campaign. Not allowed. We're shutting the doors on you. This is a gated community. You literally complain the game
It
is
sure
too
is.
easy, yet when you encounter the first difficulty spike, you stop playing.
He said that he liked that. He said that was the only thing that he liked.
More like Clown Man. These
More like clown. Got him. Oh shit.
These people don't even know that they're agreeing with me.
Yeah.
So we agree that the first difficulty spike happens after you beat the game, right? That's a problem, dude.
I thought Lilith was kind of hard, but yeah, definitely.
Problem.
Tier 3.
You're wearing the clown mask too. Try playing the game after level 50. 75% of your complaints are moot right after the point where you stopped. So,
no, they're not. No, they're not. As somebody who's level 100, they're not. He's right.
So what you're saying is 75% of my complaints were valid up until the point I stopped.
So he's right about everything else, but if he played more, he would be wrong about everything else. Trust me, I know because I like the game. Yeah, I'm a fan of the game, so I think that he's wrong.
They don't know they're agreeing with me.
Yeah.
If you agree with me, then stop defending it. Imagine not even getting to the end game, making a review and thinking your opinion matters.
His opinion matters just as much as anybody else's opinion does. And this is what the weird thing is that if people are quitting the game before the end game, you've got to look at it from the perspective of the developer. This is a person who bought a game and probably didn't play it to a degree that they feel like they got their money's worth for that game. So this is a customer that had an unsatisfactory experience. That is problematic. It is tremendously problematic. It's foolish to think, like, a lot of video game players have this idea that you have to, like, earn the right to be able to play a game or enjoy a game. How outrageous, how stupid. Absolutely fucking not. If you buy a game and you have a problem with, like, the tutorial of the game isn't fun or it's annoying or it's bad, like, I've had, like, I remember I almost wanted to quit Wulong Fallen Dynasty because the tutorial boss was, like, ridiculously fucking hard. And I remember saying, like, and everybody was telling me, oh, it's gonna get way harder after this. You're just bad at the game. Nah, bro, I beat it. I beat the whole game. The tutorial boss is, like, the second hardest boss in the whole game. What the fuck? It's just stupid. Like, it's so dumb.
Next time, actually play the game because you missed a ton of actual issues.
Yeah.
What? The game is worse than I thought it was? There's some issues?
Yeah, you're so stupid for saying the game's bad. You don't even know that the game's bad. It's even more bad than you said it's bad, which makes your review wrong because you said it was bad, and it turns out that it's actually bad. Uh-huh.
I didn't even notice? You guys are terrible at selling me on this endgame content. I don't know what type of sales strategy this is, but it's fucking awful. I don't think you can provide a proper critique of D4 if you never played D3. So many things were already solved.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So you have to play Diablo 3? Why? So, is my critique of Final Fantasy 16 invalid because I didn't play Final Fantasy 15? Is my critique of Final Fantasy 14 invalid because I didn't play Final Fantasy 13? I didn't play Diablo 2, so I can't say that Diablo 3 was bad? What is the logic here? So many things are already solved with Diablo
3, and they just completely ignored them when designing D4. It's embarrassing.
He's totally right. By the way, this guy is completely right about this statement here. That, like, for example, debuffs. Debuffs were solved in Diablo 3. Blizzard decided to innovate the genre by making it harder to understand what's happening in the game.
Okay, so they solved problems in D3 and completely ignored...
Talking about attribute points and the limited number of skills. Yeah. I feel like your ultimate ability should be its own keybind. Like Lost Ark has awakening skills. Now, why do I think that? I don't know, because I think it's cool. That's why. Because I think it's cool to use ultimate abilities, because they have cool effects, and they're like cooldowns. Like, yeah, that's why. Like, I don't care about the balance. Like, who cares? Just make the mobs harder then. That's it.
Then when designing D4, it's embarrassing. Okay, so they solved problems in D3 and then reintroduced those problems in D4.
Yeah.
Again, I have no idea how Blizzard managed to gaslight so many people into agreeing that D4 is worse than previous titles, and then that is somehow acceptable. Bro has some pretty horrible takes. He didn't even make it to endgame and just played it as a story-driven game and not an ARPG. You guys...
I really hate these people that use, like, ARPG as if it's, like, some sort of defined thing that, like, I think that what they mean by ARPG is either Diablo 2 or Path of Exile. That's it. Yeah, ARPG equals PoE. That's it. Yeah, they're not even really thinking about, like, and this is what I was talking about before, and it was the same that, like, MMO players used to have this thing where anytime that solo content was added into an MMO, they would be like, huh, well, I guess it's not an MMO anymore. Oh, you're adding solo content? Oh, into an MMO? I thought this was an MMO. Oh my god. I'm so glad that, like, people are moving past that. Hopefully ARPGs will have the same type of renaissance, because it's so annoying reading that. Funniest part about these comments is the end game is literally worse. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah. It's like I think the character design, like, I think basically this is my opinion about, like, character design in Diablo 4 is I think that the skill trees are too simple and the Paragon trees are too complex. I think that they're, like, I think they should make the skill trees a little bit more complex, Paragon trees a little bit less complex. I think being able to rotate shit and move it all around, it might be a bit much. And I think it's so complex that you can't, like, I don't think that a casual player can realistically perfect a Paragon tree without investing like a tremendous amount of time. So because of that, I think what happens is that people just look it up. And I think that's what happens when you make a game very complicated like this, is that it's not like people, like PoE, for example, like, most people just copy a build guide. Like, that's it. Like, and I do a lot of times too. Like, I use a build guide as a foundation, and then I build off of that. But a lot of people just use the build guide, and that's it. And, like, there is good things with that, but there's also bad things too, because they're not really, at that point, they're not really playing the game. They're just following the Brady Game strategy guide for how to beat the video game. That's effectively what's happening.
You guys legit have campaigns and stories that are on par with the best of StarCraft and Warcraft, on par with the best of Halo and Call of Duty, and you think that shit is unimportant? You think that's irrelevant? What the fuck happened to the Diablo fan base? How could any—
It's like, yeah, I completely agree with this. Like, by the way, it's like Halo 2. Like, the campaign in Halo 2 was a massive fucking part of the game. Massive. Halo 1, massive fucking part of the game. Halo 3, massive fucking part of the game. And you know what? The multiplayer was fucking insane. Like, hey, dude, Halo 2 was the first game that brought online multiplayer to just, like, the mainstream. Like, yeah, we had CS, we had Unreal Tournament, but, like, Halo with, like, Xbox Live, bro, that took a circle that was this big and it made it this big. And then Halo 3 did it that much fucking better. But guess what? In both of those games, the campaign was also a big factor, and it was S tier as well.
Have you possibly arrived at that conclusion after Diablo 2? This is just insane to me. No wonder the games are so bad. You guys have no fucking standards whatsoever. The problem with this review is that Ackman approaches D4 as a casual ARPG player, but then again—
Why is that a problem?
And I thought D4 was supposed to be tailored for the casual ARPG player, which not only leaves Diablo in a weird place as an RPG, but also an ARPG. Well, that's the thing.
Again, labels Andes. Oh, let's apply a label to this. That way, you know, we have to make sure that it follows my my headcanon list of attributes that it must have. Oh, fuck. What are we doing?
Because I'm not a casual ARPG player. I'm a single player enthusiast. I'm a lone wolf. I like to play solo and immerse myself in the world, the lore, and challenge. You know, I love Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2, Gauntlet Dark Legacy. You know, back in the day—
Well, that shit, bro, like, Gauntlet Dark Legacy, that was a dope multiplayer game. I remember I played that shit with Jeff and Austin. Like, we did that whole game.
You beat these games, and then they were over. So the only thing to do was play them again, and that's what I did. And that's what I do today. When I beat Diablo 2, I don't grind Baal 100 times. I either play a new difficulty on the same character or start a new character entirely. But see, like, having said that, there's gonna be Diablo fans that want to gatekeep the series from me because that's how I enjoy it and play it.
Well, this is the same, like, WoW has like a huge problem with this in their community too, is that they're like, well, unless you do Mythic Plus, you're just like not a real player. Unless you do Mythic Plus 20s, you're not a real player. Unless you do Mythic Raids, you're not a real player. Unless you do, like, you know, Mythic Raids at like a Hall of Fame, you're not a real player. Unless you do Arena, you're not a real player. Like, it's just the most cringe fucking shit, man.
Because I don't play it in the most hardcore way possible. So allow me to do a little gatekeeping of my own. I guarantee you if some of these Diablo fanboys went back and played the first game, they would lose their fucking mind. Yeah, why don't you go back to the game where every time you open a chest, there's a 33% chance that it just explodes in your face for no reason? Yeah, go back and fight the zombies on level 5 that permanently reduce your HP every time you get hit. Yeah, go back and fight those guys as a melee build. Why don't you try clicking on a random shrine that fucks up your...
I actually watched a video on them.
Build and takes away your stats? Yeah, go back and experience that, then we can talk about gatekeeping. The goal of modern RPGs is generally to create a fake feeling of depth so that newer gamers and non-gamers think they are playing something epic. They know hardcore gamers are going to grind it out and drop it. They also know if they can string casuals along with a system that seems deep but is actually shallow and simple, means they will play for literally ever. Couldn't have said it better myself. That sounds like a business proposition. You know what I mean? That sounds like...
There's nothing wrong with making a casual, easy game for casual players. It's completely okay. Everything is wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, completely good.
The business model. And it's exactly how I felt the longer I played. I was like, okay, this started off really fun, but the longer I play, the more shallow it feels.
Yeah.
Excellent comment, J-Dog. Jesus Christ, it's like looking in the mind of a complete simpleton. 4 stats on an item is too complicated. It's not the amount of stats an item changes, it's what they change, right? Yeah. I don't care about something like plus 420.69% overpowered damage to a vulnerable enemy at a distance on a Monday in the month of November while tap dancing. I don't give a shit about...
There are way too many conditionals, and they're not fun to scale at all. He's completely right. He's completely fucking right.
A dumb stat like that, okay? I much prefer tangible bonuses like bonus chance to hit or crit, increased armor, strength, vitality.
Dude, I feel like... maybe I'm gonna sound like a dumb asshole, but like... I remember whenever I played a Demon Hunter in Diablo 3, and like, there's like crit damage, and there's like attack speed. And it felt really good to get one of them, because it would make the other ones do more damage. The trifecta. And then you would get the quadrifecta whenever you had the main stat on the item as well. Remember that? That was huge.
Bonus move speed, mana, attack speed, 5% chance of finding magic gear, you know? I feel like this is done really well in Diablo 1 and 2 and WoW. Also, side note, in Diablo 1 they have some really funny items like Tin Sword of Dyslexia, which gives you -5 dexterity.
It's ableist.
I can't wait to find the Mask of Obesity. You have to pay to identify items, by the way. So you can just you can get an item that's literally worthless. A lot of people pointed out that later areas of the map do have a base level. And in my review, I made it sound like you could go anywhere at level 1 and all the enemies would be at the same level. Technically, this isn't really true. However, the way that I played the game, every single quest and piece of content I experienced was at my same level.
And it was designed that way. It was designed for him to have that experience.
The point essentially still stands. And then there was people saying I was over leveled for the campaign, which made no sense because the campaign was at my level. Like I didn't fucking grind.
Somebody says that Actman actually stole all of his opinions from streamers and other people. Has it ever occurred to you that, like, if you show an apple to 10 people and 9 people say it's an apple, and then the 10th person says, hey, I think that's an apple, maybe they didn't steal it from the other 9 people. Maybe they just took a look at it and they said, this looks a lot like an apple.
the game, I would do side content and then some campaign missions, and I would just go back and forth. You know, a very natural way to play, but somehow that made me over-leveled without me even knowing it. Furthermore, even if you start
and
a new
also, by the way, almost everybody's opinions about this game is informed by other people's opinions about the game. Like, I watched other people's opinions, and I thought to myself, that's a good point. Maybe I'll have to, like, you know, think about that myself. That's normal. Everybody's opinion is like that.
Character and want to go straight to Howitzer or whatever, there's no reason to, right? There are no incentives to go to these areas before you're at that level. You only go when the campaign takes you there, right? In Dark Souls 1, you can go down to New Londo Ruins and grab a Firekeeper soul. It's a nice early game strat. There's an incentive to go into an area that you're not supposed to be in yet. And that's the big difference. That's the type of world design I'm talking about. Like, if there were tougher dungeons in Fractured Peaks that offered players alluring rewards, you know, those players might consider doing these tougher dungeons before they're at the same level for it. Like, that's the type of dynamic player choice I'm talking about. And level scaling just completely removes all of that. So I stand by all my points on how bad scaling is, but I wanted to clear up that technicality. Ah, I knew there was something fishy here. Played D1 and 2, but skipped 3. Now, how many times have we heard any of these D2 nostalgia crackheads have a sane argument about why D4 is bad, except for it isn't the same? Not once. I don't know, man. You kind of hit the nail right there. Like, they are crackheads because they've been playing the game for over 20 years. So if I were making a game where I wanted people to play a long time, that's the demographic of people I would consult.
Yeah, you would want to talk to the crackheads. That's a good point. And also, like, what I think is funny about this is that almost all of these arguments don't actually refute any statement that was made. They're just like, you are wrong. You is wrong. You say wrong thing, not right. Nope. Like, there's never like a, you know, you're making this point about scaling. I think this is wrong because, you know, whatever, right? Never about that. It's always these general statements. That, you know, nothing but yeah, but arguments. Yeah, there's no substance to it at all.
For input. They are crackheads.
It's an ARPG.
You'd think their opinions on endgame content would matter most. You didn't actually put enough time or effort in the game to understand it.
Very own Elden Ring hot take.
Overall, it's disappointing to see you post a review of a game you barely got into, then gave up and made a bad review. What piece of media do you tell people you need to dump 30 hours into this before it gets good? What piece of media? This is like saying you watched all of Dragon Ball and you barely got into Dragon Ball. You didn't watch Z or GT. You know, it's just fucking stupid. Anyone who doesn't like Diablo 3 doesn't deserve to rate Diablo games.
Well, I guess I don't either.
Anyone who doesn't like Wanda Gamelon doesn't deserve to rate Zelda games.
Legend of Zelda 2
is not bad at all. You are just a tool. Damn, give it some time to add more. No! No, Rob Farr, they said this about Overwatch 2. No!
Yeah, it's true. They got you again. And again, like, and this is coming from somebody, like, you've got to keep in mind, like, I've said multiple times, I think Diablo 4 is a good game. I like Diablo 4. But it's not a perfect game, and there are problems with the game that I hope they solve. And I feel like I am a reasonable person. I understand that as a live service game, it's going to take time for them to perfect it to be at the level that people feel is acceptable. That's the way most live service games are. And that's fine. But, like, god damn. Like, it doesn't mean you can't talk about it. The reason why it gets changed is because people talk about it.
No, you're falling into their trap again! Rob Farr. Rob Farr, don't! Rob Farr, give me your other hand, Rob Farr. I can't hold you.
I can reach it.
Your channel is like that guy that goes into a party, stirs up a ruckus between everyone, and then leaves to the corner of the room to watch hell ensue and everyone argue while he eats chips enjoying himself. Good luck being that guy. Your takes have as much thought behind them as your blue and yellow swirly tattoo.
Again, keep in mind, zero substance arguments. No point, no examples, no counter argument, nothing. You're dumb and you're like these other guys that are annoying because you are annoying. Yeah, plus personal.
This is definitely one of the best roasts I've ever received. Allow me to counter with one of my own personal favorites, Danny Dome. It must have been a sad day when you slithered out of the abortion bucket. I disagree with a bunch of stuff you said in this video. Strength was meaningless in Diablo 2 as well. Strength literally increases. Strength was meaningless.
Strength was meaningless in Diablo 2. Strength wasn't meaningless? What is this guy talking about? Strength scales your damage multiplicatively. It's the second best stat they have besides vulnerability, and it also gives you honor, which is one of the best stats in the game. What are you talking about? Like, strength is good. Only for barbs? Yeah.
In Diablo 2 as well. Strength literally increases your damage in Diablo 2. What are you talking about? I don't think there is a way to have an open world game like this where every single NPC has a meaningful backstory and dialogue. Then don't make the game open world. Not every single NPC. Of course, some are just going to be in the background. But like, Witcher 3, anybody? Anybody? Knights of the Old Republic? Anyone? Anyone? People are not going to sit down and read the backstory of every single blacksmith in the game. Well, then don't fucking write it like it's a codex. Present it in an interesting way, maybe. Maybe tie it to a quest or something. Oh, I don't know. Level scaling seems like it's necessary for couch co-op. Getting rid of it probably does more harm than good. This is one thing I do want to point out, that it's cool that you can play Diablo 4 with someone in the same...
No, I actually agree with that point. I think that level scaling is more positive than negative. I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I just think, again, Diablo 4 is made for a very casual audience, and for that casual audience, level scaling is more positive than negative.
Room, but if level scaling is necessary for couch co-op, then why is it turned on when I'm playing solo? Show me your NM 100 plus in hardcore and Uber in hardcore, then we talk. If not, your opinion is suck. Suck my dick. There are quite a few comments of people saying, well, if it's so easy, why didn't you play hardcore? Okay, you're conflating difficulty with punishment. There's no fundamental difference between playing normal and hardcore. The only difference is that if you fuck up, you can't play that character anymore.
Yeah, well, I don't... Yeah, why would anybody do that?
It's not more...
Yeah, and by fuck up, he means Blizzard servers go down.
Challenging, it's more punishing. First thing you complain about is being online constantly. Just another offline cheater trying to mod and hack their game? What the fuck? Sounds like this is his first Diablo game. So many players who have no idea how a Diablo game works complaining to get...
Wait, wasn't Diablo 3 the only other Diablo game that has online only? Like, I don't mind online only. I don't really care. I feel like it's not a big deal. Like, most people have working internet connections. Who gives a fuck? But, like, Diablo 2 isn't online only. I don't think Diablo 1 is either.
It changed. Yeah, D4 was my first Diablo games. These ones don't exist. Dang, that's a very strong opinion coming from someone with 0 Diablo videos on a sponsored video for a trending topic. But surely you made it to endgame? Care to post a video of your level 100? Do you have to post gameplay videos before you can critique a game? You should have tried Necromancer. The moment I realized I'm stuck with 6 skill slots and 2 of them are to summon, it made me really lose interest in the game.
Very true.
I heard that. Is that true? The Necromancer?
Yeah, Necromancer. It's not even 2 skill slots, because you have your Golem as well if you want to do summons, and then so you have your Golem, you have your skeletons, and I'm missing one. Where's the third one? Golem, skeletons, mages? No, because you summon skeletons with mages as well. So it's just 2. Okay.
Just have to sacrifice 2 slots for like skeletons and golems? That sounds really fucking dumb.
Have to sacrifice 3 slots for a fucking buff.
My problem with Diablo 4 is everywhere I go, I hear season this, that, and the other. But it's all hurry up, get the map open, get the statues, get the waypoints, the skill points, get the points, get the things. Hurry up, season 1 is coming. Go, 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 keep playing. Only to find out if you want anything out of seasons, you make a new character, start your game progress all over, and haul ass through the seasonal content before the next season comes out every 3 months. Want to know why the...
It does seem problematic, right? That Diablo 4 is targeting a extremely casual audience with a very rapid seasonal progression model. It's like, so how are you going to get all these people that are like these super casual dads to play the game seasonally every 3 months? right? I mean, I could definitely see that.
The design is the way it is.
There, yeah.
Diversity. I think that's the last reason why the design is the way it is. Diablo 4 is actually a woke, propagandized mess.
That's because I can see why he says this. It's because there's women in the game. Big problem. I know it's annoying, but you know that's how fucking companies are nowadays.
Subtle hints that progressive ideology litter every scene. Well,
I think he's bringing up the point that there are black people in the game. Yeah, because like that's, you know.
I think that's going to do it for today. We saw some good takes, some bad takes, some truly unhinged takes. We saw a lot of gatekeeping, a lot of people coping, agreeing with me that the game is bad, but somehow saying that it's okay.
Right.
What do you think? Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. Like the video if you enjoyed it. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
Okay, I think that was pretty fair. The truth is that a lot of the comments that people make in these videos, so many of them are just completely unsubstantiated. Totally unsubstantiated. This is a very good video, and I'm really glad to see people calling out this lazy, brain-dead discourse. And like, you know, Diablo 4 is the gift that's going to keep on giving, by the way. Like, something's going to be wrong with the season. Something's going to be wrong with other stuff. Like, it's going to be so problematic. It's the only fact argument that matters. Yeah, I played and I had fun. Well, the thing is that if you played and you had fun, then you don't need an argument for why that is. But if you tell somebody else that they're not entitled to the way that they feel, I think that you need to have an argument for that. Does that make sense? So, like, he can have his opinion. It's not a big deal. Same as any of the chatters, etc. But whenever you come into someone's space and you tell them what they have to do, it's hard to create argument to his review. He was too much subjective and only saying this is bad and Diablo 2 better. No constructive criticism. Okay, let's do one right now. So, name one thing that was wrong with the video. Give me one exact point that was made in the video. Let's see it. Name the video. Diablo 4 is bad. Okay, what's your counter argument? It is only bad for him because he says he likes a different type of game. It's not objective. Should be named why I didn't like Diablo 4. Shouldn't be named that. So, have you ever gone outside and said it's hot outside? Or have you ever gone outside and said that it's cold outside? Whenever you said no constructive criticism, what you really meant was no constructive criticism in my opinion. It was just that he is just a Diablo 2 Andy in my opinion. Right? Because like you're making multiple statements. So this is the point that he's making, right? Is he saying that you are unable to make an objective statement on the game because it is based off of your subjective opinion. But my argument is that people make objective statements all of the time because it is a given that Actman's opinion is going to be on his channel. In the same way that you say it's hot outside. Well, what if somebody that's from Arizona is there and they say it's not hot outside? That's just your opinion. What if you say it's cold outside and somebody from Alaska says, well, it's not cold outside? It is the subjectivity is implied by him expressing his opinion based off of a review of the game. Of course. True got me. Okay.
I cannot carry anymore.
This is the new patch for the first season of the game. And we got a lot of changes. We got a whole lot of changes. Let's talk about it. Number one, everything is worse. Number two, everything is harder. Number 3, everything you were doing, now you have to work harder to do it again. Number 4, leveling, slower. Number 5, hell tides, worse. Damage reduction, reduced. Vulnerability, gutted. Good decision, by the way. I agree with the vulnerability decision. I think it's smart. All of the stats being basically like it was too much better. It was way better than everything else. It was like just bad. I don't think it was a good way to be designed. However, everything else is kind of sucks. Now, obviously, there have been like some really big problems in the game, like resistance is not working, people running out of storage space, necromancers not having a viable minion build, you know, characters not being fun to play at the early game. Rest assured, none of those things are fixed. That's right. None of that's fixed. So let's go ahead and see what they did. All right. And we're going to scroll down. We're going to be skipping a lot of the other stuff, but we'll just go ahead and take a look at this. This is the new unique item. This is the one that never drops. It gives you a random shrine effect for 10 to 20 seconds after killing an elite enemy. It can only occur once every 30 seconds. Thank you so much, Blizzard, for adding this. This is very useful for the one Korean that's going to get it in the next 3 years. Thank you so much. This is going to be super fun to see the picture of it on Wowhead. Thank you so much, and on Maxroll. Really appreciate that. Also, Barbarian, lucky hit, core skills, 20% chance to freeze your enemies and to deal cold damage to them. To be honest with you, this is kind of good. I mean, I would say this is a kind of good sword. I would use this sword if I was pushing Nightmare Keys because it CCs mobs. It's not amazing, guys. It's not amazing, but it's pretty good. Good sword for Frenzy. It's good for Whirlwind because you hit him a lot more with Whirlwind. Mage Barb, yeah. Lucky hit is trash. Lucky hit scales kind of well, but we'll see what's going to happen. So yeah, and also if the other stats on the sword are bad, it would still be bad. So I think this weapon is okay. Let's look at the Druid one. Flesh Render, Debilitating Roar, and Blood Howl deal 0.5 to 1 damage to nearby poisoned enemies. Well, they're about 16 damage too low for the Druid average, so not really a great item there. But we're gonna go ahead and move on. And this is Necromancer. Now I want to talk about Necromancer. Obviously, big problem that Necromancer has had is the fact that Necromancer is obviously clearly a Necromancer. They raise the dead. And so is there going to be a way for one of these new uniques? This is what a lot of people were expecting, that the new unique was going to make minion builds more viable. No, it's not. So let's read it. Lucky hit. While you have an active Bone Storm, hitting an enemy outside of a Bone Storm has a 5 to 25% chance to spawn an additional Bone Storm at their location. Each of your active sacrifice bonuses increases this chance by 25%. So they actually incentivized even further for you to not use minions. That's right. And the total number of additional Bone Storms you can have is +1. So you can Bone Storm while you're Bone Storming, and you have an extra Bone Storm. That's exactly what we needed. Thank you so much. So they need to rename Necromancer to Archer, because that's basically what it is. Rogue, Eagle Horn, unique bow. Penetrating shot has the 30 to 80% firing arrow to bounce off walls and scenery, hitting enemies from behind. The penetrating shot will make them vulnerable for 3 seconds. I think this sounds cool. Is this good? Like, I don't play Rogue. It sounds cool though. Yeah, I really don't know. Hanzo? Yeah, kind of like Hanzo or something like that. Yeah, it probably looks cool to have happen, which is, that's cool. Oculus, apparently, I've been seeing memes about this, this item. Let's see here. I think there was a video. So somebody actually showed a video about how the new Sorcerer unique works, because a lot of people are wondering how it works. I wanted to go ahead and show it. Gain the effect of a teleport enchantment for free. When you evade using teleport enchantment, you are taken to a random location. Okay, here we go. So he just used it. And it looks like he is in the Baldur's Gate. Well, pretty interesting, and you know, kind of a unique thing. A lot of games don't have that, and now Blizzard does. So very, very cool. And let's see here. Azurath and Flesh Render uniques have flat damage effects which scale with power. Azurath deals between 3,000 and 6,000 damage. Well, that's fucking garbage. Okay. So let's see here. 5 close enemies, stun them for 2 to 5 seconds. This effect only occurs once every 20 seconds. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I kind of don't like this, but okay. Craven, mobility aspect, being movement speed whenever you're moving away from slowed or chilled enemies. This is just fucking stupid. I'm not really a fan of this. I guess maybe it's okay because it can keep you, like for Whirlwind, maybe it's alright. But I feel like there are, like, am I crazy that, like, where was the Ackman video where he was talking about dealing damage on a Tuesday? Because he said something like, you can only, this increases your damage while you're playing a barbarian, while they're distant from you, while they're vulnerable, only on a Tuesday, only on a morning, and only if you're playing on a Mac. It's like, what the fuck is this? How many conditionals do we need? It's insane. What is this? There's too many variables. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I don't know what this is. And it's lucky hit. I don't mind lucky hit. I don't. I really don't think it's a big deal. I think that you can scale lucky hit. You can get a lot more stats for it. It's not that bad. But, you know, we'll see what happens. You will after the fact. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't mind. I didn't mind it before. Maybe I will mind it now. Barbarian, Ancestral Charge. Charge calls forth 4 Ancients who also charge, dealing 50 to 100% damage. So that's very good because there's going to be, I think there's 4 Barbarians. Well, there's 4 Barbarians that are still playing the game, and one of them is playing Charge. And so it's going to be nice for that guy to be able to have a buff to the ability. Very cool. Let's go to Druid. We'll take a look at that. Subterranean. Poison Creature also casts Landslide in a circle around you. Earth skills deal. I feel like this is very good. I feel like this is very good. Is it garbage? Like I really. It's good. Yeah. Because I've obviously, like, I played a little bit of Druid, but like I'm just looking at it. It's good. Okay. Cool. Necromancer. So this is the opportunity that Blizzard has to make Necromancer minion builds more viable. Let's see what they decided to do. 4 quills. Bloodlands will consume blood orbs to conjure lances from them. Each additional bloodland steals 20 to 50% of normal damage and prioritizes targeting normal lance. So this just makes bloodlands better for like single target, basically. I mean, I think. I'm not really sure. For AoE. Okay. Alright, got it. Cast points. Every third cast of Puncture is poison imbued with 100 to 50% normal potency. That's nice. Sorcerer, after spending 200 to 100 mana, your next firewall is free to cast and will destroy small incoming missiles. Oh, okay. I don't... Would anybody use that? I feel like there's at least, like, nobody that would use that, right? Yeah, okay, I thought so. Accessibility, primary screen reader, elements. Okay, these are all fixed issues, right? So, let's see here. Balance is hellish. Safe solo. That's great. Cooperative play. All these have been fixed. They also fixed the issue with, what do you call it? Like, whenever I would whirlwind and go into a suppressor mob, they fixed that, which was kind of nice. Another thing is that they made a lot of the ranged mobs run away from you less as a melee player. That was nice. So let's see here. Barbarian fixed an issue where a number of enemies defeated for Barbarian class. Masters of Battle is not displayed. Okay, there we go. Oh, fixed an issue where the outer edge of quakes granted to Hammer of the Ancients via aspect of Astral Echoes was doing far more damage than intended. And what they mean by far more damage, so before where you were doing 15 million, okay, that number now goes down to 3 million. So this is a bug. They fixed the glitch. And now Barbarians are fine. Thank you. It's also actually divided by 10. Oh, it's worse? Oh, never mind. I got the math wrong. The number's even lower. Okay, Druid, who gives a fuck? Necromancer, these are all bugs, right? Fixed an issue, fixed an issue, fixed an issue, fixed an issue. Right, so these are mainly bug fixes. Players could unnaturally teleport. Okay, yeah, this is all nice. Okay, great. Fix an issue where chest gets spawned to provide infinite loot. Yeah, I saw that. Items and aspects. Fixed an issue. This is a Blizzard W here. The level requirement for sacred items caps at 60, and the level requirement for ancestral items caps at level 80. So, like, theoretically, if you look at this item here, it requires level 100. This will no longer be the case, and now all of the items only require level 80, as you can see on my screen here. This is a good change. This is a Blizzard W. I'm very glad about this. It is an improvement to the game. So, yes, obviously there are not only negatives, there are some positives. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of it, though. Wait, so you see it changes in Helltides as well as stats? Well, let's see how Helltides are. We have Helltide up right now. Let's see how it is. Let's do it. Again, very smart to put your character on the loading screen. Gets you to spend more money. I think that I've decided what I'm going to play for Season 1. I'm going to play a Necromancer with a minion build. I'm going to play Necromancer minions. And if it's bad, I'm just going to quit the game. There it is. Problem solved. Okay. And let's kill all these guys. A lot of mobs here. Okay, so I got 9 items. Very cool. Okay, I got 1. Not so cool. I got 1 out of that. Okay. And I got...
I'm not ready yet.
1. Okay. Mystery chests apparently now cost 250. Oh, I got 1. Nice, I got 1. No, I got 2 out of that. Okay, that's pretty good. They now cost 250. Okay, that's a lot. Wow. Okay, oh, we've got a boss over here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. It's a boss. I'm going to get a lot out of this. This is going to be crazy. Look at my damage. My damage is just nuts. So my damage, by the way, with my whirlwind, I used to do about double this. Like, so effectively my damage got cut in half. So like, I'll give you just an idea of like how this would work, right? So like, I started at like, let's say like 500k, and now I'm at 250k. Because it's half. As you can see, damage is pretty awesome. We got a little bit of 250 there. Got another proc. Wow, it's almost 300k. Really crazy damage here. I'm just going out of this world. Okay, here we go. We got a Wrath of the Berserker up. Really, really crazy damage here. Huge damage. By the way, this damage is about how much is one bone spear, but it's okay. You know, luckily they nerfed Hammer of the Ancients again, so I won't be able to play anything else. So in about like 45 minutes or so, we will kill this boss, and at that time we'll get some pretty cool loot out of it. Probably get something really, really good. So, okay, let's see what I got.
I must wait a moment.
I got 10. Wait, I only got 10. That's it? 8? Wait, how many did I get out of that?
Not ready yet.
0? I thought so. Okay, what about this one? Oh, I got 1. Okay, all right, that was good. All right, now we're building up momentum, guys. Let's go. Okay, 2. Oh yeah, no, never mind. That's just 1. Okay, I got 1. Man, Ooh, a treasure goblin. What am I gonna get? Oh, bro, I'm gonna get something big. I got 2 sacred items. Oh, sorry, 1 sacred item. And 3 aberrant cinders. And is it good? No, it's actually bad. It's not a good item. Okay, well, that's about all I can do. Yeah. That's about it. We're done. People complaining about preseason 1 patch nerfs, and one's complaining about seasons in beta. They aren't balanced. They're balanced it for season 1 endgame, where we'll have massive power from the legendary gems. That being said, the Helltide nerf is dog shit. I hope you're right. I do. I hope you're right. But like, how do we know that? Yeah, how do we know that? I'm not even sure. Cinder's gonna be fixed in the first hotfix. It's already been addressed. Okay, great. That's good. Let's see here. Items of higher power was dropping from rare monsters. Yeah, I know they changed that. Okay, let's see here. Quests and events. This is whatever. Miscellaneous. Gameplay updates. This is all, again, fixed issues. Not really too big of a deal. But now let's talk about these are the gameplay updates. These are the important things. So Altar of Lilith unlocks are account-wide, map discovery account-wide. Whispers will no longer reward sigil dust. Overall loot quality has been significantly improved for Silent Chest. This is a pretty big one here, very important. The channel time for the Leave Dungeon ability has been increased from 3 seconds to 5 seconds. So now it's going to take longer to teleport out of the dungeon. Now, the reason for that...
I was on my way to my parents' farmhouse. I thought it'd be fine, but I haven't heard from my parents since they sent me away 10 years ago. Would you accompany me? I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. Next, we've generally reduced the tendency for monsters to move around in combat. Yeah, I think that's great. DualSense Edge wireless controller support. Renown. Value adjustments. Side quest Renown is now going from 20 to 30. Dungeons are 30 to 40. So now you get Renown faster. That's great. But it still doesn't solve the problem that Renown isn't fun to farm. Let's see here, and you should never have to do it more than once because the content is garbage. But anyway, this is at least an improvement, so you don't have to do it as much. It is not a small W, it is just a lowercase l, making a unnecessary, annoying, tedious grind slightly less of a waste of time. This does not make me happy. So World Tier 2 has been increased. Bonus gold went from 15% to 20%. Big increase there. Monsters now drop 15% on items. That's something they should have done this on release. They didn't do this. Level scaling inside dungeons, most of World Territories has been adjusted. So level scaling, basically the levels trail behind you in most areas rather than ahead of you or equal to you. I guess this makes level scaling not as oppressive and people feel like they're making more progress. I think this is a positive change. I like this change. This is
Hickory. Welcome to my channel.
Example,
Lurking.
somebody's 55, monster level 55.
Hello, thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Experience nerf. Yeah, we're going to talk about the experience nerf. We're going to look at that and see kind of what's going on with this. So, won't you level slower though? Well, yes, but in like a huge way. And also, if you want to level, like you want to do Nightmare Dungeons. Like Nightmare Dungeons are the best way to level. So it doesn't really matter how well you level in the other areas. I think it's not that big of a deal. But yeah. Let's see here. Players level 76 to 80, monster level 75, 81, 76. So it's a -5 basically. Let's see here. Reward experience for completing whispers in World Tiers 3 and 4 be significantly increased. Obviously, that's a good idea. We've observed that the experience bonus rewarded from killing higher level monsters escalates too fast when compared to the relevant challenges involved. We still want to reward players on taking on this challenge by encouraging them to participate in power leveling together instead of one player killing enemies while the other members waits at the dungeon's entrance. We are adjusting bonus experience rewards for killing monsters that are a higher level than the player. So right now, it is 15%, 20%, and 25%. So they've changed it from 15%. What they did, let me go ahead and just show you guys in case anybody doesn't understand. So they had 15, and then this would be the dot. And so what they did is they put the dot right here. So now it's going to be 1.5. So as you can see here, there has been a nerf by a pretty substantial degree. If you look right here, it says +1 level is now 1.5%. And so there we go. +2 levels is 3%. It used to be 20%, now it's 3%. And then also 10 levels is now only 15%. So even at the highest level of grinding Nightmare Dungeons, you are still getting a 10% reduction in experience. So yeah, and just for comparison, what level were the mobs in that Nightmare Dungeon I did? I don't remember. Yeah, I'm trying to remember like what that is. 111. Okay, so basically no, 95 to 111. Okay, so basically you have to run tier 56 plus Nightmare Dungeons in order to maximize your experience. Yeah, that's where we're at. 46 is level 100. Yeah, so you have to run 56 or higher to maximize experience. And no. Oh, am I misunderstanding? Oh, I guess it wouldn't matter because what am I thinking? Level 100, of course. What am I? I'm so dumb. Okay, yeah. Like, of course. Why would I level? What am I trying to get to 101? Yeah, you guys are right. basically, you have to be at least 10 levels higher. Okay, that's all it is. Casuals never get max level. Well, if they ever were going to, now they won't. So, obviously, these experience nerfs have been massive. Current level, also adjusting experience rewards for monster level offsets to higher world tiers. So, basically, this is to stop people from power leveling. The reason for that is because having to level up a second character is very great content, and it's super exciting and engaging. It makes just makes the game more fun. So Blizzard decided
Bruce,
to make
welcome
it a
to
lot
my channel.
harder to power level character. So that's been solved, and now we don't have to worry about it anymore. And so there we go. And let's see here. They should sell boosts. Yeah, they probably should sell boosts on the store for this. We're looking to increase the danger of Helltide's risk-reward gameplay by making monsters a bit more challenging and the tortured gift of mysteries harder to open. Well, they did make it harder to open because now it takes 250 cinders instead of 175. And now the monsters are 3 levels higher. And also, there's apparently... It's not intended, but right now... we're seeing Helltide monsters dropping a lot less cinders. I think this is something that will be changed, but we're just going to have to wait until that happens. Next, let's see here. They'll have boosts from Battle Pass. They do, but this is the free Battle Pass. There are no paid boosts. So Barbarian, let's see here. Hamstring got nerfed. This is probably a good change, by the way. I know obviously people might get upset about this. Hamstring, putting 1 point in it to just activate a conditional like 100% of the time, like I thought that was just bad design. So I'm glad they changed it. I just think it should be balanced in a different way. And Raptive now affects all damage instead of just core skills. This is better, I guess. And a few other changes. I'm not going to go through a lot of the changes because they're just like small percentage, you know, like readjustments. But you can pretty much expect what's going to do. Increase the slow, yeah. Irrelevant Whirlwind Barb uses shouts of Whirlwind, yeah, exactly. And Gore's Grips now explodes every 2 seconds or after it ends, and its hit cap has been removed. So this makes Gore's probably just as garbage as it already was. I don't really think that's going to make it any better, because every 2 seconds it's not going to be able to store enough attacks to really do any damage. It was very good, and now it's not, and it's still not. Fields of Crimson, bleeding bonus increased from 10% to 15%. This will increase the amount of people using it. I think it will multiply it by about 100 times. So if you take 0% of people that are using it now, and you multiply it by 100 times, you still...
Part of me hoped they would just be here, waiting with arms open. No letters, no visits. I don't even know if they're alive. Father used to say the swamp takes everything you put into it, and if you're not careful, it will take more. Did it take them too? Look around, will you? I've dreamed of coming home for so long. There's nothing here.
I must wait a moment.
recently disturbed. Strange.
I took down the wind chimes we made. Destroyed them. Kiraz isn't even Kiraz anymore. But that sound draws her back home. Just a husk to haunt me. If I were a stronger man, I would go to my daughter. I would build a new life for the two of us. But I can't live without Kiraz. I won't. At least we've already sent Yonka away. At least she's safe.
What? My father's pipe. It was practically a part of him. Now it's covered in cobwebs. We spent so many nights carving these together. Odd. They're all missing the strikers. He just gave up? Mother was infected. He chased her away. We were a family. We came here together and we should have left together. And instead, I know where he'd do it. Where he'd kill himself. There's a place he would sit, by the river, where we hung our first chimes. I want to...
Oh.
He's really dead. I just wanted us to be a family again. I just wanted... Can you see? What is that in his hand? I was so angry for so long about... I wish he hadn't given up. If my mother was dying, shouldn't I have... These are all I have left of either of them. Help me put them up. I helped my father hang these up when I was small. He held me on his shoulders just so I could reach. I hope he was thinking of that in the end. Did you hear that? A woman's voice. It almost sounded like my mother.
Oh, my child.
I'm certain this time. That was her voice. It came from the farmhouse. Come on.
I hear someone. Yonka?
She's infected. I don't know why, but I've heard they're not bothered by anything out here.
The swamp doesn't harm what it thinks belongs to it. I've been here, waiting all these years. I never...
You'll hear it every day, Mother. Without my friend here, I don't think I would have made it. You've had...
No, fine.
Still have 0 people using it. So anyway, we've got what's this here? This is Druid. They've changed Druids to do different things. I'm not going to look at every single little change. Necromancer. Some of the Necromancer minion abilities have been improved slightly. We're seeing Skeleton Warrior Defenders, you know, having a little bit of a buff. The Skeleton Priest damage bonus is 20 to 30%. So minions have been buffed slightly. Not a lot, but a little bit. And Skeleton Priest healing from 10% to 15%, which should be an automatic heal and not a heal over time. And it should also stack if you do multiple sacrifices. Blizzard will of course do none of this, but that would be nice if they did. Golem moves through enemies. Yep, there we go. And so Paragon level, core skills, probably a good idea. Let's see here. Nothing else really too exciting. The rest of it. Skeleton damage bonus increased from 20 to 30% to 30 to 40%. Again, a little bit of a bonus in minion damage. I think that at this point, guys, I guess I'll probably make a video, like maybe I'll record a video like off stream and talk about the plans from season 1. But I'm thinking right now we're just going to play a Necromancer and minion build. And next thing, we have, obviously, this is fucking, sorcerer? What is it? Oh, no, this is Rogue. Rogue, yeah, I got confused for a second. Rogue, again, I don't really play Rogue anymore. Sorcerer, this is obviously a lot of words. They made it worse. And so, let's see here. Aspects, so these are the aspects of aspect of disobedience. I actually think that this is probably a good decision for them to make. So like the problem, I think that... So I'm going to talk a little bit about, like, I probably should not talk about this right now, but I think this is the big problem that Blizzard made with these patch notes is that they released them without showing people like a lot of the advantages and bonuses we're going to get through the Malignant Hearts. Because I'm sure that a lot of these things that are being changed will probably be offset to a degree by the Malignant Heart damage. But the problem is that whenever you don't show people that, they're out now? Okay, they've released them. Maxwell has a list out? Okay. They released all the new gems. It's on a different page. Okay. I guess we'll have to look at that after this. Yeah, I thought they hadn't yet. But I do think the hearts will make up for some of these nerfs. That's still the point. Yes, they're compensating for hearts. Yeah, I mean, the point is still the same, right? Is I think that the nerfs will...
I must wait
like... and I'm not saying the nerfs are good. By the way, I'm not saying the nerfs are good. All I'm saying is that I think that... Let's see here. And Exploiter's aspect, unstoppable, reduced, you know, number of... Basically, like, everything has been reduced. Everything that's good for you has been reduced, and everything that's bad for you has been increased. So, like, an example here, monster scaling has been increased, okay? Damage that you do has been decreased. Main mistake. The gym should have been here. You're right. Yeah, I just think that, you know, having it on 2 separate pages, it's a communication error. For sure. Let's see here. Scaling a greed shrine to reduce its effectiveness, improve its effectiveness throughout the game. That's true. It should scale off of the monster level on how much gold it drops. There's no longer a limit on how many materials you can refine. This is good. World bosses drop potions. Doesn't matter. They're dead in 1 second anyway. Mini affixes are too efficient and outshining alternatives. So, basically, they're adding in more effects. So, like, barrier generation can appear for all classes. Thank you so much, Blizzard. As a barbarian, barrier generation is exactly what I was looking for. I needed that. Yes, thank you. That's awesome. And let's see here. Mastery skill damage can now appear on shields. Why would you add resistance to all elements? Didn't Blizzard say resistance is bugged? Why would you put a new stat in the game if you know it's bugged? I don't even understand. Why would you do that? Like, why wouldn't you just wait for Season 2 to add that stat? Like, I don't get it. Like, why would you... Like, why? I don't... The fuck?
Wait a moment.
Blip. Welcome to my channel.
You have my sword. You have my sword.
They're just putting things into the pool of potential upgrades, so it's harder to reroll, right? So, like for example, where is it? So, if you are inside of a box, and each of these things. So, what's your chance to get each one of these things? If you can get one thing randomly inside the box. 33%, right? A third? Okay, how about now? Assuming they're all the same size and they all have the same probability. 25%, that's crazy. How about now? 20%. Thank you, Blizzard, for making it harder to reroll our stats. Very appreciated. Great. Awesome. Super cool.
Not ready yet.
So yeah, now it's going to be harder to reroll our stats, and they have been also, by the way, this one, resistance to all elements, I'm going to go ahead and just do a visual indicator for that. This one is poop. It's poop. And so if you get that one, you just lose. And so, yep, there we go. Let's see here, strength 50% stronger when on weapons, 4 stat bonuses on weapons for overperforming. This is the way, I feel like this is how Blizzard, the cooldown reduction, FXs often felt mandatory due to their raw power. I really dislike this. And I want to talk about why I dislike the cooldown reduction. The reason why I dislike it, a lot of people use them because they are very powerful, but on top of being more powerful, they're more fun. Because I don't like sitting around waiting for my shouts to come back up so I can engage in combat and not be CC'd by 7 different things. So, I don't understand this. And by the way, if they're still mandatory, we're still going to be using cooldown reduction, at least as a barbarian, on the necklace and the helmet, because it's still the best stat. So, if they're trying to make it not mandatory, maybe not the necklace, because there's a lot of really good things going on the helmet. It seems like they're actively trying to kill the game. It slows down gameplay. Well, it slows down gameplay in a bad way. And you remember whenever they changed barbarian shouts to where, like this at the beginning of the game? Whenever they changed barbarian shouts to where you weren't able to use them all the time. The problem is that it's fun to be able to use your abilities. I think that the game needs to be balanced, but this is the way that I think Blizzard does a lot of, they do a lot of adjustments in the game. Is they see that, wow, 85% of players are using this stat. That means this stat must be overpowered. We have to nerf this stat. And what they do is they analyze a spreadsheet from a perspective that is not intrinsic to why the player enjoys the stat. Why is the player stacking the stat? So like they just look at a spreadsheet,
Illusion.
but they don't look at why
Welcome
the
to my
numbers
channel.
are on the spreadsheet.
Spother.
Does that make sense?
Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, it's like, basically a lot of these changes could have been made by a person who didn't actually play Diablo. Because if you played Diablo, you would know that resistance is garbage. You would know that the reason why people go for, you know, a lot of these stats is because they're like cooldown reduction is more fun. And they're hoping they add more in the Paragon pool. You're saying NBAs are balancing the game? Bro, I'm saying that it doesn't take an MBA to make this. Like, I think that a high school kid could have, you know, just look at a chart and everything that's above 90%, like, nerf it. Okay, pretty easy, right? Do you think Asmon will play WoW with me? Soon. I mean, like, this is making it a lot sooner. I was expecting to play the Diablo 4 season for like 2 weeks, man. I'm feeling like right now it's going to be 1 week. I'm going to be honest. Ooh, not looking good. We're gonna do a raid McConnell with like all the locals, and just have like have a DK carry us, and just get all the gear. Like I planned it out. Like yeah, just do a 1 eating done.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I want to get stacked, get like, I don't think I can get Gladiator anymore. It's just a and I have like too many other obligations. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. And also, like, nobody gets Gladiator. Nobody even plays the game. It's like weird. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, fuck. CDR is nerfed. They nerfed it? Oh, okay, so, nah, fuck. CDR got massively nerfed. And again, is it fun being able to hit your spells? Because I think it's fun being able to hit my spell.
I'm not ready yet.
You guys think so? Yeah, me too. And we're seeing critical strike damage and vulnerable damage often be required as a hard requirement for build success in Diablo 4. I am going to give a super hot take. I support these changes. I support the... I support this change. I think this is a necessary and needed change. Vulnerability was too much of a pass-fail in the game, and every single build that I see was scaling off of vulnerability. Almost everything was. Like, where 90% of the game, 90% of the builds scaled off of vulnerability, and I think that they didn't really... Like, I don't like vulnerability, but I just have to use it because of the way that things scale. So this is the way that I think things scale in Diablo, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Just so people can see why vulnerability is problematic. Base stat times vulnerability times all other conditionals. This is the way that I think that it works. Crit separate too? Fuck, I forgot about that. Well, yeah, of course crit's separate. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Crit is separate as well. But what I'm saying is that, like, vulnerability is effectively a conditional stat, right? Because, like, the condition is vulnerable or not vulnerable. So vulnerability fundamentally should be down here. Like, logically it should be down here. But it's not. So I think vulnerability it's too strong. And because it's too strong, it makes it to where every single item in the game, weapon, has to have this. Does that make sense? They nerfed it with no real substitute. They did add substitutes, but I don't think it's nearly enough. And also, here's the problem. They didn't nerf the equation. They didn't change the equation. They just changed the effectiveness of one variable in the equation. So we still do the same equation. It's just that one variable is a lot worse. But the problem is the formula, not the fact that one of the... is like, the problem is that variable in general. So as far as I know, I've looked this up, and I've seen people talking about it already today. I was reading it in bed. Everybody's saying that vulnerability is still the best stat. Am I wrong? You still need it. It's still the best stat. So effectively, they didn't even solve the problem. It's just harder to stack, yeah. Crit is better, but yeah, it's good. I mean, still. I mean, like, you're going to need that as well. Sorcerers only really had to get vulnerability to get even close to acceptable numbers, though. That's why the nerf killed them off. I don't mind nerfing vulnerability and crit. I like crit because crit is big numbers, and I like big numbers. That's it. Yeah, I think big numbers are cool. I like doing critical attacks. And they do a lot of damage. That's very cool. But defenses in CDR with the damage nerfs is overkill. The problem isn't vulnerability. Let me read what people said. Fact that doing decent damage relies on it. You are exactly right. You are 100% right. And what they did is they nerfed vulnerability, but they didn't effectively nerf vulnerability. They just nerfed the characters. Because if vulnerability is still an S tier stat, and everybody still wants to get it, then you didn't really change the way people play the game. You just made playing the game in the same way that already exists feel worse. So how's it a good change? Very good point. Very good point. I feel like it's a good change in terms of, like, goal, but it just did not achieve the goal. Does that make sense? So, like, I think that vulnerability damage should not be the end-all and be-all of stats. So I'm glad they're nerfing it, but you're right. It wasn't enough, and it wasn't done in the right way. So, yeah. Nerfing items, we've already found, feels very bad. Yeah, but if you didn't do that, then it would be weird, too. They need to remove vulnerability entirely. I don't know. I mean, maybe vulnerability would have been better if it was like a stat that only rogues could have or something like that. I feel like vulnerability... Vulnerability sounds like a rogue stat. Like, druids having vulnerability doesn't really, like, it doesn't, like, aesthetically make sense to me. Like, I don't know, maybe this is, like, stupid, but, like, that's just the way I see it. So, yeah. Let's see here. And, vulnerability damage. Again, vulnerability is too strong. They should have nerfed it either more, or they should have changed the way that the equation for how vulnerability is calculated.
Kill meatheads, kill emulators.
The Queen. Welcome to my channel.
The Queen TV. Interesting. Hello and welcome. Oh. How's the radar connect? Oh, I see. Oh, I get it. Leo cracks the escalator before we knew it was too late for making lies. When will you learn?
Calculated into damage is done. So let's see here. Disparities in inherent stat affixes can rule some weapons out before the rest of their stats are even rolled. So this is the critical strike damage on swords. This is really nice because I have 2 swords. So now, whenever I was doing, so what they did is they took my damage. So imagine, let's go ahead and just go ahead and, so let's say this was my damage. Okay, Blizzard did this. They cut it in half. So where previously I was doing this much damage, now I'm only doing this much. Very cool. Wow. Awesome. It's more fun? Yeah, very cool. Let's see here. Damage to crowd-controlled enemies decreased by 30%. Damage to frozen enemies increased by 20%. Damage to crowd-controlled enemies was overperforming relative to the ease of activating it versus stricter crowd control type specific affixes. I wonder if the developers understand that, like, am I the only person who feels like a lot of these conditional damage affixes aren't fun to do? Like, I don't enjoy them. I don't like them. Yeah, Nyucky? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like them. Like, I don't like the, like, close damage, injured damage, healthy damage, distant damage, damage while bleeding. Like, I don't wish none of these things were in the game. I don't think they make the game, like, better at all. They're just, like, number go.
Number go up, number go down.
Jeste snake, bre.
Evo ti uši probiješ. Kad smo gledali film, počeo sam te sad. Sad razvaljuješ.
Šta ima?
Pokušavam da uradim ove, kako se zovu, vikle.
Šta te snima onaj kreten, bre?
Moja rečenica je bila, je li moguće da si, znači nisam rekao ni dobar dan, je li moguće da si, znači, skontao kad ja ide na posao da si izašao da bi ono, znaš, zato što ono, bijan da pričam s njim, ili sa im na telefon i tako to. Da je izašao na ćošak da bi, eto, kao, znaš, imao šta da kaže ili da uradi neku glupost, naravno, radi glupost. I ne, kaže, ja sam, kaže, došao na ćošak da, ćošak ulice, tamo gdje ja čekam prevoz, da uzmem deo za auto.
Sigurno.
Ja ga gledam, stoji u boksericama i patikama, znaš šta, bokserice.
Koja laž, bre?
Ja gledam, ako, okej. kaže, nema ovoga Dex Expressa, kao, gde su kao više, kao čekam ih čitav dan. I ono kao baš, ja ću da imam, gledam na stepeniku tamo, pored tog čekališta. I gledam u telefon i čekam da dođe ova cura koja vozi. I došla, ona je za minut, dva, ja u auto, nisam gledao šta radi. Kako njemu je dobro.
Njemu je dojavac.
Pa jeste. Ali bi ti htio ti je tako dobro, kao njemu?
Kao njemu, ne. Ne daj Bože. Da zbog svojih nekih kompleksa i stvari prebacujem bre na ovaj drugog. To jest tako.
I'll bite at a high price, stranger.
Yes, strange.
Još ono što nisam znao, nisam ni obratio pažnju da onaj glumac što je dao glas onome originalnom karakteru Leonu u Resident Evil 4, on je dao glas i trgovcu.
Isti lik.
Da, pa dobro ono, znaš, glumac, isti lik. Zato što ga nisu angažovali za ovaj remake. To ovako. No dobro, moderi su dosta aktivni. Tako da... A sada će neko napraviti mod za to. Nemam para druže. igrao. Izašao je Vikli pre 15 minuta. Hoću da napravim 5 pojena pre nego što odem na posao.
Koja je smjena druga?
Da. Danas druga, sutra treća, tako da nije loše.
Se radi. Ja, na primjer, ne znam šta ću.
Kako misliš, ne znaš šta ćeš?
Eto će ništa još dalje.
Pa nemaš potrebe. Bradi što svi dosad pričaju s ljudima izlazi. Naći ti neki predlog, poznaćeš neko će ti reći, ne znam, da si čuo za ovo.
Welcome to my channel.
Savjet koji ti mogu dati. Ako budeš. Znači, radiš što svi dosad i ćeš dobiti.
Tačno.
Tačno sam osjetio kako pada mi karakter dolu, znaš. Mogu više, ma da, nemaš više da hodaš ni levo ni desno. Stojiš u vazduhu i sad kao kontar da ćeš nastaviti ideš pravo, kao ne, jednostavno nemaš kontrolu više. Meni kažeš? Čuo sam nešto za challenge, ali...
Pa ne za challenge, aj ubiti.
Već sad.
On je ladno izašao, brate, bokserice.
Da?
On bolesno čovjek.
Ne znam, hoće se pretvariti ako se budeš eto u boksericama.
Dobro ga nije skinuo, već.
Očigledno je da nije čak kurirao u boksericama, mislim, kako ćeš bi ucala vrlo lažno. Da li bi ti čekao poštara ili majstora, razumeš, za opravku XY, razumeš, u gaćama.
Da li je masturbacija dobro? Neki kažu neki ne, neki da. Šta ti misliš?
No, nisam sprovodio istraživanje.
A je li masturbira?
Zašto takva pitanja?
Pa, pročito sam sad ovo, jebate, koji ti kurac. Muško smo je...
Hvala, ne bi komentarisao na to.
Ozbiljno.
Isto tako kao momak, ono. Bilo je, recimo, ja nisam neki bio fan ni košarke ni fudbala. Bilo mi uvijek ogavno kad vidim, ono, nisam homofobičan, već ono, znaš, malo mi ogavno kad vidim muškarce da, ono, se goli kupo jedni za drugi, znaš, ono. Radije bi se kupo pored gole žene, objasnim, nego pored golog muškarca. Znaš.
Dobro, nije to isto kao...
Boga mi, meni jes. Meni jes. Mislim, znam da zvuči čudno, ali to je neko moje obrazloženje. Šta bi ti radije? Lik sa prangijom od pola metra, razumeš da se kupa na 20 cm od tebe i da razumeš godna žena. Ajde sad mi reci ovako iskreno. Nisam čuo. Moj odgovor je, pretpostavljam, zgodna žena, tako? Čak i manje zgodna žena bi prošla. Kao što rekao. Da, zgodno.
Okej, ti to vežeš sa tim, ali okej je i to zgodna žena, a i pored toga...
Kad sam bio, ne znam, kad sam bio u vojsci sa 20 godina, pretpostavljam da sam jedini koji je, okej, promenimo mi donji veš i to. Sad imaš ono kupatilo za ono muškarca, ono, to ti ono otvoreni tuševi, razumeš? Njih je na 20, razumeš, ono golišavi okolo, sad meni je malo ono neprijatno, ali mogu sad da žmurim ili da se čekam. Nekad sad čekam da svi ono završe pa onda odem poslednji. A nekad, razumeš, me ono mrzi pa onda jednostavno uzmem onaj kupaći kostim, što inače nosim na plaži, obučujem, razumeš, suširam se, poslije ga skinem i...
Dobro, sad si ti
napravio od toga, znam, ali ja ti po pitanju toga, znači pointa je ne biti komentarisati.
Da, odgovor u pičku materiju.
Znam, odgovor je da odgovora nema.
Ali ovdje pitaju da li je dobra ili loša.
Ne znam. Odgovor je da ne znam. Pa kakav je to odgovor? I'm not sure. Ali to je odgovor. Podaci su, nemam dovoljno ispitanika, tako da ne mogu da ti dam dobar odgovor.
Dobro, je da ti, brate, koristiš?
Kao što rekao, na tu temu se ne bi izjašnjavao. Težak čovjek, uglavnom, da.
A ne, pa povučem.
Znači, ja ovako delujem otvoreno, tako to, ali za neke stvari,
Okej, ali nije ništa sramota. Ali gledaj, bolje, na primjer, neki kažu radi, ne
Zeke. Welcome to my channel. Good girlsage. Welcome to my channel.
Kad bi morao da biram da ubijem čovjeka ili da masturbiram, birao bih da masturbiram. Ćemo tako. Između lepe žene i masturbacije pretpostavljam da ako ona ne bi imala ništa protiv i ja bi bio raspoložen, da bih radije birao kondom sa ženom. Taj se biti on. Brale, znači pun gas, ne odustaje. Ovo Dota, taj ovo. Ajde bre. Bože, kakve su ovo animacije udar. Neverovatno.
Saša Grey igra Diablo.
To ona ženska? Start. A to je kum, gdje si kume, šta ima?
Gdje smo?
Ne mogu. Sad će ova igra da mi smokira od njega. Ode nešto da napravi, nemam pojma što reći. Ja obično doručkam kada stanem. Šta je ovo? What the fuck? Ne znam šta je ovo. Radim vikli. Da, radim vikli. Vikli je izašao pre 15-20 minuta, čini mi se. Jesi opet po lombuziju?
Malo to po lombuziju.
Pa dobro, ne znam šta je očekivao da će da se desi. Znači ovo nije loše, ovo nisam se setio da uradim. Šta, 2600 X3D, šta je to?
Ovaj tvoj 5600 3D, samo X3D.
Da, ona kao 3D arhitektura sa drugačijim. Bar mi je Milan pričao o tome. S toliko oduševljenja, rekao bi čovjek sutra će u prodavnicu da ga kupi. Nisam nije. Neće Feninga potrošiti na to.
Rotacija je to opasan, znaš.
Kim bi se služio?
Jebote, Asok dao neku akciju.
Dobro.
7900 XTX $800.
Pa dobro, postavljam da to nije loše.
Nvidia 40-70 hiljada i nešto dolara, ovo 800, a ovo je jahta i u 40-70. Je cena, da Amerike.
Jesmo. No. Vidi ga Snake kako našao.
Nije mi jasno šta je to.
Tak kroz teksturu su.
Neki efekat ili kiše ili lične.
Olivia. Welcome to my channel.
Nije mi jasno. Gdje je aligator?
Pare padaju sa neba. Pare padaju sa neba. Pare padaju sa neba I ko sam ja, divijenog ignorant.
Lete, pare, lete, avioni.
Tu pare. E poi prestare.
Plaćenica, a ne? A? Koliko je 40? Optiku katifac. Fleksuješ. Znači, daješ reflekt.
Sve kaže da je palisavac po našem.
Jesu.
A nećemo reći tako, to je uvredljivo, rećemo klasičan slučaj beladitis.
Belade?
Ne, beladitis.
Beladitis. Jesi vidio matori što Milan snima sve?
Pornici.
Šta ti misliš o bre?
Gej, on ti je klasičan gej. A on ti je jedan od onih što sam ti rekao što se kupa s muškarcima, znaš.
Dobro, on seo i čaške telefon.
Super.
Nije to tako baš.
Da ćeš ti da vidiš.
Nije to tako baš.
Imaš neki čuper? Pojači. Milan? Sad ne. A ne sam ti.
Mora da priprema samo neku dekoraciju za novu.
A što se radi?
Da, editovanje. Htio. Jančica je čudo.
Mudo.
Jančica čudo.
Simon Jackson. Šta je? Kako?
Jackson, zvanje akcije. Action, Jackson.
Action, Jackson.
Vrate U, ali spala U. Vrate U.
Vrate U. Je moguće, vrati, šta se dešava s tim?
Razumiješ? Uvatilo me sad, na. Uvatio me. A mi pali, kad upadnem zvuk pali mi je.
Da će mi to je. Čekaj. Da.
Imaš neko snajper?
Imaš neki snajper?
Snajper.
Kakav snajper?
Neko snajper.
Šta ti si snajperom? Zovi Janoša neki igrao.
To je ti nemaš. Znači ne postoji opcija. To je ti ne promašuješ šumu.
Vidio snajperom.
Joj, stari.
Nemoj da si slago, Nenade, razbit će ti pičku. Ovo mi nije slago. Bacio sam aligator kad izletao iz vode onaj Big Dynamite bundle. Ako agruješ aligator i pustiš ga da zaroni, onda on posle nekog vremena, ako si van vode, on kao pomalo izađe da vidi gde si, znaš. I to traje neki 6-7 sekundi. Možda nategneš Big Dynamite bundle.
Welcome to my channel.
Koliko traje normalan bench? Zna li neku sekundu? Koliko traje normalan bench? Regularan bench? 180. 100% traje. Dobro, pošteno. Nas. Ajmo sad vremenski intervali.
Vremenski 5 minuta.
Ispada i duplo nego duplo brže.
Krokodil 3 puta duplo.
Zato što je jedan token. Imagine that. Možda bi trebalo staviti, imaš 3 bossa na mapi i da svaki vredi jedan token. I svaki se brzo venči. Znate koliko bi se mečili završili? Da jedan ima samo dark side. Nisam siguran da ovo mogu da stignem, ali mogu da probam. Hop, 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 hop. Ide gas.
Je strašno.
To je kiša žuta, znali? Šta bi sa princovom ljubičastom kišom?
Princom tamo?
Ne, purple rain.
Purple rain. No, idi bolje ti sad.
Ja znam da je bolje, ali...
Ali mora da se zamrneš dupe. Mora da se zamrneš dupe što?
Moramo ti
Hvala.
Jesam dobar, Bogo mi. Ne znam, Džemilan. Stop naš filozofi.
U ovo doba obično dođe da mi pošalje poruku. Poslije mi poruku preko Steama, više nije znao kako da me kontaktira. Uzmi čovječe klimu, vidiš da se topiš. Ja sam ostao bez komentara. Znaš, čovjek stream snajpuje. Stream si
Šta ti je rekao?
Rekao mi je da Ilija kuka da mu se pregrevaju komponente usred ovih toplota.
Ja. Šta kada razmislim kad sam to rekao? Nikad. Grafička možda kad igram Diablo 4, zato što gura 144 frame-a, a ta igra je onako solidno intenzivno. Učitava čitavu mapu, znači kako je imaš, ono sve što si vidio Peđe, onaj world map, znaš. Sve ti je insta. Diablo 4 gledaj kako igram.
Da.
Nemaš loading screen kad si na mapi, sve to, znaš.
Da, nego samo prelaziš.
Da, sve ono što vidiš, sve ono iz jedna se učitava.
Jasno.
Absolutely not. Już Jake.
Oho.
Što to je to już Jake?
Dog cages, chicken coops.
Chicken. Kariken.
Kakadinken.
Znači, plazma, znači...
Ti vidi, znači, cenim da sam cenio, da sam cenio i da sam krenio. Lako, jesi ti cenio?
Da sam ja.
Jesi cenio da si se pokrenio?
Pokrenio, jes.
Krpi me za glavi, ja ne mogu, Rim, usrać se odluke, ne mogu da spomirim, ubit će me, joj.
To je bila imitacija Milana Balade. Nije tako. On zvuči više dramatično, znaš, kao da mu život zavisi od toga. On rpa dok igra Hunt.
I don't know, like, I don't like him. Yeah, it's a lame attempt at depth. Yeah, exactly. We've seen that skillful players are frequently slaughtering monsters many levels above their own. We still want to support this. Current situation is beyond what we believe is correct for the long-term health of the game. To chase the skull, we're shifting power to many offensive affixes from defensive affixes, make our in-game content more deadly, specifically for those chasing our pinnacle boss. An encounter not meant for the faint of heart. I mean, it's just like, is it really like? I mean, I don't know. I think that like having a boss with hard to understand hitboxes on abilities that kill you in one hit. I don't know. It doesn't really seem super exciting to me, but okay. Great. Overcome pinnacle boss will take every ounce of grit you can muster and all the tools at your disposal. Necromancer just one-shots her. True. Let's see here. So, wait a second. So all of these stats are all increased. Like fire damage got increased by 25%. And then, okay, so these are just all of like these damage with ranged weapons, damage with skills that swap to new weapons. This is such a, like, just delete this. This is so stupid. Damage with two-handed slashing, damage with two-handed bludgeoning. Just delete, get this the fuck out of here. Like, it just feels stupid. It feels fucking stupid. Like, it's artificially inflated. Yes, what is this? It's redundant. All additive damage? Yeah, this is all additive damage. Boring, stale garbage. Yes. Let's see here. Imbued skill damage. Okay, so then now we're going to talk about total armor. So total armor is a stat that makes you take less damage, and now it's been reduced by 30%. So if you had a whole shield, now you have 70% of a shield. And let's see here. Total armor in werebear and werewolf form. I guess this is obviously damage reduction from close enemies reduced by 20%. Damage reduction from distant enemies reduced by 20%. Damage reduction from enemies that are bleeding, burning, poisoned. Shadow damage over time. Damage reduction while fortified, all reduced. So what they did here is they just tried to make everything do more damage. Like basically every single stat that I had, like all of these things here, just got massively fucking nerfed. So there we go. Awesome. They want you to feel stronger without while feeling weaker. Yeah. Adam Fletcher tweet. We've been hearing.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
Zašto? Dobro. Prošli put kad sam gledao karakter mi je... nije renderovan bio. Nevjerovatno. Znači poslao sam Bubu da pogledam okolo i kad se krenuo da je vratim nisam mogu da nađem karakter. Da sam random spustio Bubu iz konta da mi je karakter uopšte nije bio renderovan. Para. Hello? Ah. Boss yine bindiren. Koji ima aligator na ovoj mapi bez kiša?
Fortnite baby. Welcome to my channel. Archigo. Welcome to my channel.
Teško je putno da... Mislim da znam šta je. To sam mislio. Bi naš neko na mapi. Hello. Brother, please. Thank you.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel. nema recoil uopšte. Ajle mat krvin.
feedback from players regarding some of the changes of 1.1. Guys, if anybody was wondering if they were stealing ideas from Lost Ark, anybody was wondering if they were stealing ideas from Lost Ark, now I don't think we need to wonder anymore. If the developers had any balls at all, they would begin the stream in a white room with 3 of them in front of laptops. Exactly the way they did the Lost Ark stream. Yeah, if they had any fucking any integrity. 3 bozos, yes. Have it be like Joe Shelley, Joseph Piora, and fucking Rod Ferguson all sitting there at the beginning just, well, here we are. And just, yeah, never refer to it or say anything like that. And apologize, yeah. And spend the whole time saying you're sorry. Exactly. Oh, God. So, let's see here. And, a Blue Protocol apology? BP? Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, BP. From an oil spill, yeah. How many apology streams does this deserve? I don't know. I think that we'll look at the... Well, let's see what happens with the first emergency live stream, and then we'll see if they need a second one. Yeah, I think that's it. Discussing the Malignant Hearts. Barb has the worst ones. Oh, I'm not going to play Barbarian anymore. I'm done. Yeah, I'm not going to play it again. Because I was going to play Thorns, but there's just too many nerfs to Thorns. All of these are like massive nerfs to Thorns. Because like Thorns requires you to be able to take damage, and so like I'm getting nerfed by like 150% here. So yeah, you can't tank, yeah, so fuck it. Like why would I, yeah, I'm gonna play either Necro or, and also like, is injured damage not on the list? It's not, is it? That's really disappointing. Injured damage is like the stupidest stat. Because have you guys seen the builds where like people stay at like 30% health to maximize injured damage reduction? That's so fucking stupid. Like it's such a stupid way of playing the game. Like why is that even possible? Yeah, they'll open the stream by apologizing for forgetting injured damage and then nerf that too. Yeah, true. New Uber boss at level 80. That's actually a really good idea, and I'm glad they did that. A level 80 Uber boss is actually like a that's good. Like that's one of the things that they should have had on release, and that's good. Good move. Yep. I love the notes are just unceremoniously. Yeah, they just unceremoniously end. Yeah, exactly. And let's see here. We will look at the way that these changes have been received. Sorcerers, as I said before, are especially unhappy with basically everything. Like, they're unhappy with like the whole game. Yeah. I plan to boycott the shitty itemization and nerf to Sork as a former Barb player by playing Rogue and naming myself Rotzel. I mean, I think that really... It's just like... Let's look and see what we got here. Alright, let's read some of the posts that people have. Patch 1.1 is essentially a slowdown to every part of the game. And this is a 10k updated, excuse me, 12k updated thread. All classes are nerfed. No reduction in enchantment costs. Helltides are slower. Boosting is nerfed. Doing content other than Nightmare Dungeons is nerfed. Experience bonus for killing monsters of higher levels nerfed by 90%. Crit and vulnerable damage now nerfed 17 and 40%. It's not like the game was lightning fast to begin with, but now it's a proper slog. I honestly can't fathom their decision process here. I can. They had a spreadsheet, and they looked at all of the different things that players that were playing the game a lot were using, and the things that people were using a lot, they got rid of them. That's what they did. That's what I think they did. Like, literally somebody who doesn't even play the game, who's never played a Diablo game before, could have made these patch notes. With the casuals, though? How? Let's see here. They felt bored because they had nothing to do. Oh, what are you doing? Blizzard is not listening to the people that think that there's nothing to do in the game. Oh my god, these people play the game 200 hours! You play the game every fucking day for 10 hours for a month, and then you complain there's nothing to do? Oh, you fucking kidding me? Sorcerer unique is the only unique with an added negative. Not only is it a pure negative, it removes your ability to precisely position yourself in the game where monsters commonly drop deadly area effects on death. Yep, that's true. I think I'm done. Totally. I feel like I got my money's worth. This is a perfect opportunity to bow out gracefully, let the sweats cry, go play something else, and then maybe come back in 2 years whenever I'm not burnt out from grinding and the game has enough changes to feel fresh again. Played all morning, couldn't wait for the patch. Logged out, patched up, logged back in, tried to run 2 nightmare dungeons, noped right out. Had plans to play all night tonight. Looks like I'm a finally fix that sprinkler head in the yard this weekend. Man, that's another dad filtered out of the game. Look at that. After this patch, watching your grass grow might actually be more entertaining. I'm with you. I was hyped for Season 1 too. I picked up Divinity Original Sin. I hit 100 last night, and I think that's a good high point to stop at. Man. Season 1 isn't out yet, though? Well, why would somebody want to level up again whenever the changes are? Like, cause the way the game is playing is basically going to be the way that it's playing in Season 1, right? Like, the changes are the same. Like, yeah, you'll have the Malignant Hearts as well, and, like, you know, how much of a difference is that going to make up? You know, we'll have to see. But, overall, this is the, yeah, this is it. This is the game. Let's see here. Cooldown reduction reduced by 30%. Crit vulnerable. What is this shit? Aspect of disobedience. I think, by the way, the disobedience aspect, like, I think that it is... Like, to an extent, I understand the game design goal of whenever 100% of players are using one thing, you probably should reevaluate why they're using that. But the problem is that they solve an issue with one solution, just by nerfing it. Why they're using that. But the problem is that they solve an issue with one solution, just by nerfing it. They don't understand, like, why this is so good, I don't think. And I think that's the issue. Malignant Hearts are online. Yeah, I'll look at it in a minute. And yes, guys, I saw that Blizzard, again, is doing an emergency live stream. Dr. Lupo asks, can you ask the dev team why they hate me so much, as well as all the other sorcerers? Thank you, of the communication, and I do, by the way, I do appreciate the fact that Blizzard, within 1 day of releasing the patch notes, is going to have a stream talking to the player base. This is appreciated. Thank you. It is, you know, look, it shouldn't have happened, but I'm glad at least they're trying to respond to the player base. That's good. It's good at least. Yes, it's good at least. Well, let's hope you listen this time. That's all we can ask. True. I'm in a rare minority here, I guess. I welcome the changes in the challenge. You should have to make strategic choices. And if they didn't make these changes, you would be facing power creep in year 1, like Diablo 3. There are people that make comments like this, and the reason why they make comments like this is because they don't understand the game. So a lot of the changes don't actually affect the way that people are going to be more strategic. It just makes things take longer. Like, in between pulling a pack, standing and waiting for your cooldowns to come up before you pull the next pack is not really the kind of strategic design I was looking for. If you want to have strategic design, make more interesting affixes. Make bosses that have more than one mechanic. Power creep. The hearts don't stay in the game. No, but they should. They probably should, at least. I don't know. In some way, they probably should. Because that's why PoE is a good game. It's because it continues to evolve, and it continues to build on itself. It doesn't just do a patch and then delete everything, then do another patch, then delete everything. That's why PoE is such a robust game. Is because they've actually used that content in the future. So, possible to redeem my deluxe edition battle pass for season 2 instead of season 1. Yeah, actually I think you can do this. Brace yourself, the casuals are complaining. Looking forward to the campfire. I think most of the negative feedback is not in the majority. Well, yeah, because most of the feedback is from people that like I don't understand why somebody says they're a casual. I love how like I don't think this person realizes this, but like the casuals are not the ones that are on Twitter responding to a message that was put out. Like you think about think about how many things that you have to be like absolutely fucking in tune with. You have to be playing Diablo 4, keeping up with the news, following them on Twitter, looking at all of their updates. You have to have read the update within like 5 hours of it being posted, and then you have to have Adam Fletcher, the community fucking manager, on notifications so you can immediately respond to his fucking tweet. You really think that the people that are doing all of those things are fucking casuals? Absolutely. You gotta be fucking crazy. The casuals don't even know that. They don't even know who Adam Fletcher is. Oh, he's the buff guy that's on the right that asked the questions. Oh, okay. Well, I know. Oh, I seen him before. They don't even know his name, probably. You know what? They probably don't even know that Season 1 is going to happen. They stopped playing 2 weeks ago whenever they beat the campaign with their wife. Yeah, now they're excited for the expansion of Diablo 4. They don't even know about seasons. What do you mean seasons? Well, I've got a level again? Oh, I can't do that. I'm busy. Yeah, what is this? It's just, like, it's so delusional. PR talk. All this chat will tell us why you're right and why the players are wrong. No, I actually completely disagree with this guy as well. I really appreciate every type of communication that they provide because it gives us a better frame of reference of where their thinking is. Like, what are you trying to do? What are your goals? How are you trying to achieve them? Okay, I get it. Adam and the devs, vulgarities, I'm not a fan of that. Oh, no. I mean, like, listen, like, I think the changes are wrong, and I think a lot of them are dumb, but I don't have any ill will towards the developer. I don't hate the developers. I'm not, like, mad at them personally. I just think these changes are stupid. Like, so, I mean, like, yeah, if somebody's too emotional, they can't control themselves and they have to just, like, you know, be a little bitch, then I don't think anybody likes that. Yeah, nobody likes that. It's just crazy. You're right, casuals play games. They do. Yeah, they're not paying attention to all these changes. Thanks, Adam, my 2 cents. A lot of blowback may have been avoided with the PTR. At least a lot of chance to be explained. Yeah, I think a PTR in the future might be nice. Especially, but like, I don't know, like a PTR wouldn't really work because like the season effects wouldn't really be in the game. And I don't like the idea of people being able to play the seasonal stuff before the game comes out. That's kind of the problem that WoW has. So like maybe not a PTR. I just think they need to do a better job doing changes. As a casual player, this makes me not want to play anymore. I'm not a sweaty gamer, and the patch made it so much harder to play. That's true. He's right. Ooh. Yeah, true. True. Man. When's the emergency stream going to be? It is going to be on Friday. And, what time is it again? Let me see. It's going to be on Friday. It's some point on Friday, right? It's whatever. I'll watch it whenever it comes out. Whose fault? No lifer. Too many doomers, to be honest. I mean, like, you should be thanking the doomers, because if it wasn't for the doomers, you'd probably be playing a much worse game than you are now. I understand that some people like defending a game, and, you know, it's like you spent $70 on it, so you don't want to feel like you wasted your money. But you should be saying thank you to all of these people that are making these posts, because they actually want you to have a better game. And it seems like apparently they're the only ones. So keep making excuses for a bad game, and you'll get a bad game. Case in point. Let's see here. We'll read a few more. Helltide drops got nerfed bad. Apparently this is a bug. This game is going to be really great in 2028 whenever they realize we like to have fun. Yeah, the last season of Diablo 4 will probably be really good, just like Diablo 3. Helltides are already on a timer. Yeah, I think Helltides, unless the boxes have like an astronomically higher chance to drop uber uniques, I have literally no reason to do Helltides at all. Except, no, I have to get them to do my rerolls. Oh, fuck. I forgot about that. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. CD our nerf is mind-boggling. Yeah, I don't understand that either. It's because it's not fun. Fun while it lasted, not long until Baldur's Gate 3, thank God. They even put the 2 extra seconds on teleport out of dungeons. That's a way of making eye contact with you and calmly saying, yes, I truly do hate you. This feels like the most unnecessary thing. I just, like, I think that's, but they buff monster density, so at least it's fun to play, right? Did they buff monster density? I felt like it was the same, but I only did 1 dungeon. Yeah, I think it was the exact same, because I used to do that dungeon a lot. Have you played it yet? Trying to do Helltide, 25 minutes, only made it to 130 cinders, again a bug. Too many good games 2023 to waste time on Diablo 4 now. Yeah, so people are not happy. Let's read a few more of the posts. New Sork unique is interesting. You can take it to a random location either being Path of Exile or Baldur's Gate. Honestly, I'm deleting the game. I think Blizzard is too far gone. A lot of people, I've seen the point being drawn that, do you remember the incident of 3.18, 3.18 of Path of Exile? Do you remember that incident? So, Path of Exile nerfed basically everything in 3.18. It was 3.15? 3.15 was Expedition? Really? What was 3.18? Was that Arc Nemesis? Fuck, I forgot the numbers. I can't believe I forgot them. Okay, well, anyway, Path of Exile made a massive, massive, massive nerf to, like, almost everything in the game. And they did that because over the years, PoE players got more and more powerful, and the power creep in the game was so high that almost anything could clear the game with, like, really no effort at all. And the game just wasn't really well balanced. And it was too easy, basically. And I remember, because we had Chris Wilson on Allcraft, and I said, I defended those nerfs, and I said, you know what? The game is too fast. Every build I see just clears a screen with 1 button. This is boring. And I even defended the Arc Nemesis mobs. I thought that they were an improvement over the rares. Now, obviously, this is, you know, like, there's a lot of context behind this. But some people were comparing this to the big PoE nerf patches. I think that is a massive fucking mistake, because that PoE nerf patch came in 3.15, 3.18, and not 1.1. That's the difference. They're nerfing shit in 1.1. That's crazy, man. So, Blizzard used to be about the player experience and providing the best game possible. I think that they are trying too hard to balance the game, and in the process of balancing the game, they are making it less fun. I think that's what's happening. Do you think Blizzard tracks when people want to install games on Battle.net? Oh, absolutely they do. This feels exactly whenever Outriders nerf something. I didn't play that game. I'm not really sure. The dev told us to get excited for this chonker patch. Well, it is a chonker patch. It's just not the chonker we were hoping for.
What will it be?
We were hoping for an epic big chungus, and instead of that, we got a big fat wheelbarrow full of dicks. Chunk of shit. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is, boys. Let's see here. Pretty glad. I feel like I got my money's worth out of playing the campaign, putting the game down like a month ago. Yep, there you go. And that's totally fine. Usually strongly dislike the incessant complaining on the subreddit. Yes, the game has
No,
flaws.
good
Yes,
bit.
the balance of the classes was atrocious. But I still had fun with my non-meta builds.
What have I done?
Hmm.
What have I done?
Oh.
Dirin and I wanted to prove ourselves. We ventured into that cave outside the camp to drive. I shouldn't have left. I don't know how to live with myself. If you find it.
Oh. One of those. Zakarum.
Holding this camp is a lost cause. We would be better off preserving Zarbanzet, not being butchered by cultists.
And Little. Welcome to my channel.
We've retrieved most of the dead, but some personal effects were missing. Prayer amulets. I want them returned and the thieves eradicated.
With help.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
Cultist or crusader, it seems the village will never be ours again.
We don't care if you like us. We care about keeping this village safe.
I need more spirit.
Bam bam bam.
Out of spirit.
Mislim da da.
I'm not ready yet.
Vratno nešto priča, nisam siguran. Nek neko obrati pažnju njega, inače će otići.
I just really wish that people like this weren't so outspoken about like complaining, because like complaining is like one thing, but it's, I mean, something's either true or it's not, right? With a lot of things, like every class having to stack vulnerability, and vulnerability being a conditional that like determines like 50% or 80% of your damage. Like I feel like that's kind of fact, right? I mean, it's not like an opinion, really. Like everybody does this, so it's constructive criticism. Yeah, like I mean, I'm not a fan of like the whole, oh, Diablo 4 is bad. Like I've defended Diablo 4 a lot, and I still don't hate the game, but I just think that these things in the game are not very good. There you go. Not very good. Some class builds can't even proc vulnerable. Yeah, I think some can, but the majority of good ones can. Not a good direction. Yep, not a good direction. The game had a solid foundation. That's what I've said many times. I just don't understand why they want to make this game more of a chore. Who approves of these changes? Bone Spear is fucking dead in group play. They nerfed our ability. They should have nerfed Bone Spear. Actually, I don't really know. I don't think they maybe shouldn't have nerfed it that much. I'm pretty sure Bone Spear is still really good, right? But I just think they should have buffed other things for Necromancy. Sadly, I doubt enough people will stop playing to make a difference, but I will be joining you. I think the main thing that you can do is just, you know, you can stop playing or just, you know, wait until they make changes that you want and then play again. Because like that's really the only thing you can do whenever you're in a situation like that. This isn't even balancing, you nailed it. It's spreadsheet tinkering, which works if you don't have balance issues in the game like resistant vulnerability. You can't fine-tune something broken or stuff. Yeah. Man. What I don't get is people complaining about vulns, CDR, crit nerfs. That's literally what you guys asked for. Well, yes and no. So like, for example, if you say you're thirsty and then somebody throws you in a pool,
I'm not ready yet.
Martin.
Kill them all.
What was in that potion?
Pobiti sve.
I need more spirits.
Samo široko. Samo široko.
Are you happy? Probably not. If you say you're cold and then somebody lights you on fire, are you happy? Probably not. It's not about whether the changes were made. It's about the degree in which they were made and the effect that that degree will have on the game. Vulnerability is still an S-tier stat that you should look for on every weapon. That's my understanding. And that's what everybody is, at least for now, in consensus of. That vulnerability is still the best stat. Or at least one of them. So, what changed? Because people were complaining about the way they play the game. They weren't complaining about the game. They were complaining about the way that they played it. So what does that mean? That means that if you don't change the way that they play the game functionally, the change might as well have not happened. Truly, lost me as a customer, level 61 sorcerer, and I will not be leveling to 100 with the little time I have for academic. Waste of $70. They will never have me pay again. Hopefully they'll improve the game so you can enjoy it again, man. That sucks. Why do they nerf defenses when they nerf vulnerability and crit? Because they want you to die more. That's why. Yeah, it's kind of simple, right? Sadly, I think enough people, okay, devs are so out of touch, can't even stomach watching their smug asses on dev streams. I think that's the only thing that's interesting. Personally, I don't mind that at all. The people are simply delusional. I think Blizzard would actually fix some of the countless things that are broken in the game. All they care about is how to maximize revenue from the in-game shop. Well, I mean, you can't get people to use the in-game shop if they're not in the game. Keep that in mind. I don't know, I've talked about this a lot. I think that I've pretty much made my point. A lot of people are unhappy about this. Spam Nightmare Dungeons alone and your favorite build was nerfed. I do think that Nightmare Dungeons should be... I think Nightmare Dungeons should be the best place for experience because they're the hardest content in the game. But they shouldn't be the only place for experience. And the disparity between Nightmare Dungeons and outdoor content was, like, I think okay before. And now it's just, like, not even close. Like, there's no reason to even do it. You gonna look at the hearts? Yeah, look at the hearts. Moaning hearts. Okay, here we go. The picnic. Critical strikes electrically charge the enemy, causing lightning to arc between them and other charged enemies, dealing 68 to 136 lightning damage. I think this is cool. I like that. The last every 5 seconds while above 60% life. Core skills cost life instead of primary resource. Skills that consume life deal 10 to 20% increased damage. Zoom in, sure. I actually like this too. I think this is really cool. You gain 40 for 60% critical strike damage, but your non-critical strikes deal 20 to 15% less damage. I like this too. This is really cool. Gain 10% barrier generation. Heal for 37 life while you have an active barrier. That sounds really boring. I don't like this.
10 to 20% of incoming damage is instead suppressed. When you use the defensive, all suppressed damage is amplified by 10 to 20% and explodes, dealing damage. That's really cool. Yeah, I think this is cool. Yeah, this is a Thorns build. Yeah, this is crazy. That's actually really awesome. I like this a lot. You become immune for 2 to 4 seconds after you lose more than 20% life in a single hit. That's nice. Now, since all the armor and everything, well, what if you lose 100% of your life in a single hit? What happens then? So next we got this one here, Determination. Resource draining effects are 50 to 60% less effective. Gain increased resource generation. I think this is, I really actually don't like this one that much.
Šta da shvatim, da li pričaš nešto meni ili Milan? Kontant da pričaš njemu. Možete ga išao.
Toplo mi je!
Toplo ti, šta ti radim? Antonio, vruće mi je.
Davno reče moj cimer. Leto mrzim, jer ljudi mogu da se ugrejem, a leti ne mogu se...
To sam ja uvijek govorio. Osim ako nisi, ne znam, na severnom polu da nema drveta, da nema ništa, razumiješ. A evo mater, ulovit medveda, pa na masnoću se greti, ili tako nešto. I to je opcija.
Hajku, Drakulović!
Šta ima?
Ništa, ja tvrdim ovaj Štigardi. Milan je zabrinut zbog mene, znaš. Toliko je zabrinut da mi ispraća svaki dan. Hoćeš i danas da čekaš taj deo na ćošku, a Milan?
Ne znam kad ideš danas.
Pa isto kad je juče, slobodno dođi da me slikaš paparazzo moj verni.
Ja mislim, Milane, da ti znaš bolje njegove smene nego on sam.
Nabavi teleobjektiv da ne moraš ni da izlaziš na ćošku.
Ne, treći danas radi drugu.
Ne, radim treći. Ali gledaj da ne stream snajpuješ, ne bi li to bilo 100%.
Šta si gledao?
Go outside and touch the grass.
Ne.
Zbog takvih tipa ja predaže postajem homofobičan, znaš?
Ništa ja nečem priče pričati.
Evo ti ovako. Zbog takvih tipa postajem homofobičan koji me prate okolo, znaš?
Aj, ali mogu.
Ja ti kažem.
Džape.
A je stvarno, Milane, stvarno si, brate...
Stvarno si gej.
Košar, brate.
Stvarno si gej.
Snimaš ga, a ti u, brate, bokseri.
To što ti tvoje laži pokušavaš da proguraš kao istinu i ono mi ti kuliramo ne znači da si dobar lažov. Znači da si bedan lažov koji treba počne priča istinu. Ako si već teo da kažeš istinu, mogu se reći, došao sam da vidim kako se pržiš na suncu dok ideš na posao. A ja kaže, čekam neki paket od Express.
Koji si ti lažem, ne?
Jebot, na što ti spadaš?
Stvarno si ček paket. Čega?
Da.
I baš tad,
baš tad na ćošku. Ovaj mu donosi bre na kuću to, znaš. Znaš koliko je njegova kuća od toga ćoška, tipa 50 metara, znaš. Lažu. Nisu ramot.
I dalje mi smrdi ta priča, da...
Nema veze, lažeš sebe, ne lažeš mene.
Zato što ne znam kako bi preživao dan da ga ti ne čekaš na...
Thank you, Wanderer. You're braver than most.
Lijepo.
Zovite ovog Nešu ili nekog, ja neću ga. Odlično. Odlično onda je.
Ma i radimo 12, neću mi da kreći. Imu ne gasi, nedelju dana bi se.
I'm not ready yet.
Ispratit ćete danas Snake kako hoćeš sladoled ili gora.
Ne treba ništa da mi kupuješ, zaposli se, to mi je dovoljno. Nađi neki posao. Radi nešto.
Neće da radi.
A nećeš, pa znam da nećeš, to smo znali.
Nema potrebe, kaže da radi.
Artplgo.
Nema potrebe kad mi
Welcome to
možemo
my
da
channel.
radimo. Što bi on radio? Strength, dexterity, fortify.
Tebi dobro.
Što da radi? Da umire nasnost, razumeš, kad ne mora.
Molim.
Kad može da ladi jaj. Lad. Du.
Yeah, give it over. Enjoy the swamp.
You can still use these.
Dobro.
Nis.
Što? Znači to su jelke ogromne jevat. Nisam vidio, zaboravio sam.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
A uzmi pa poseci sam, bre, a ti si, bre, umori fizički spremnički.
Zagore, ručak ti Zagore.
A bojim se da ti ne drama sjelo.
Gdje je Đika, kako je Đika?
Tebe zanima, ne?
Da.
Ti si sukup, mislim.
To jesam. Pa upoznao sam s njim, jebate, šta ti? Kod tebe.
Tebe zanima ili zanima Milan?
Oma čoveče, ja te pitam, jebote, si lud.
Obično Beka pita
Prvi put kod tebe kad sam bio, on došao i...
Ne znam, nisam ga vidio, ajmo tako da kažem.
Ništa nije rekao, nema veze.
Reka, da ništa nije reka.
Da?
Neće da budem neljubazno reći ovako. Da ima neki problem, rekao bi vam. Ili možda ne.
Kakav problem?
Ali pošto nema nikakvih problema.
Ja te pitao ovako,
ne, ja sam rekao. Da ima neki problem, rekao bi vam.
Ali čovječe, ja sam tebe pitao ovako, ne razumijem što odmah na negativno to...
Pa evo, sad ću ja na sentiš da udaram kao Milan. I moja Keva isto ide na mamografiju, znaš, ima 65 godina, razumeš, ide na preglede, razumeš. I bio sam na kupaktirima i ne znam šta da mislim, razumeš, svaki na pola godine ide i razumeš, to je jako ozbiljno uzima i nemam pojma, ništa mi ne priča, jednog dana će mi samo reći, znaš, to i to. Znači ja razumeš da popizdim, zato što mi niko ništa ne priča.
Znam ja to, jasno mi, to je svugdje tako, već.
Ješ.
To je...
Što se tiče Čaleta, Čale ima 70 godina, tako da... On je svoje... On je na bonus nivou. Prosječan ljudski vek ti je, čini mi se, 60-65 godina, pardon.
Ne.
Koliko ja znam.
Ne, Mila. Ha, to jebik. Da, to je... Jebi ga, to je ko svako tako zajebano, vrati, pa i moj čale po 50 lekova, pa vam pije.
A moj čale ti gurman, on, kao ono...
Slanina.
Ne to, nego bukvalno sve. Sve od pečenja, razumeš, šunki, to, ono... Ja što mu je palo na pamet, razumeš, kad je nabio.
Pa je li zdravo on jeste skroz ovako?
A uzima tablete, ono, protiv, nema, ono, dijabetesa, ali uzima tablete protiv pritiska. Ako ne uzima tablete, onda, ono, znaš, onda nije normalno. Tako.
Maturi, jesi sredio ono za onaj biznis?
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Gdje si Francuz?
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. Impressive.
Trepni.
Hello.
Greetings. I greet you. I'm not ready yet.
Vidjeli Milana skoro? Tu nego? A tu su Milančevi,
I'm not ready yet.
Veseli drugari, nismo nam udiđom.
Gledate?
Veseli drugari, la 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 la.
Impressive.
Nemoguće je zato što se tebi kurac više ne diže. Znači ti priznaj da je to problem, razumeš?
Zato ti nećeš nikad imati. Dobro, to je naravno.
I must wait a moment.
Ete, nemaš ti tu, ti se tu ne pitaš ništa, be. A tvojima? A tvojima? Ne. Završena priča.
I must wait a moment.
No.
I must wait a moment.
Pa to je prevara prvo. Prevara je kockač. Pa čekaj, ti si bio...
Ne, to je leba bez motike, da ti ja kažem.
Kaži mi, tako kako...
Nije to kocka, nego je tuđe pare obrće. Ti ja kažem. Prvo možeš da zaradiš pare, da bi prokockao pare. On je kockao tuđi novac.
I must wait a moment.
Pa znači... Ali ako ne dobije zajedno. Znači to se tako prevara.
Nije prevara. Put će uvijek dobije. Nema tu prevara. Kako pričaš ti? Nema prevara. Dobija vlasnik. Kako može biti prevara? Neko uvijek dobije, samo što ti nisi taj.
Šta mi ne?
I appreciate that.
Dobrze.
Thanks. I'm not ready yet.
Znači, kocka je dobra. Znaš ti stoji kako tamo komšu koji je sve bacio?
Imam, jel?
Dobro. Kako je on prebio kad je kocku? Nije on sad tu. Inače, pitanje.
Kocka je tuđe pare, to ću ti reći. Kako onda kocka kad nema izvor? Kad nema kako? Nema izvor prihoda. Šta da kocka? Pa možeš da zarađuješ. Kocka ti je izmišljena za tipove kao što je on, koji bi da se obogate, a da, znaš, njihova kičma se ne slomi. Znaš.
Ne.
To je neko moje mišljenje. Ili ako si već milioner, milijarder, nebitno, pa ti je život dosadio, ne znaš šta ćeš više, bio si sinoć na Bahamima, ne znam, dva maloletna klinca si bio, mako si koks na avionu, i ono kao šta da radim, kao ajde, mogu i da se kockam, znaš, ne znam šta bi sad, za takve tipove. A ovi siromašni, razumeš, što trpuju da će da budu bogati preko noći, to je bolest. Bolestum.
To je bolestno baš, to sam i ja bio već. A nisi se kockao.
Vidi, imaš stvari, sad ću ti objasniti malo prizemnije, imaš stvari kao što je sportska kladionica.
Dobro.
Ili loto, ili bingo.
Jasno.
Ne, imaš ljude koji, razumeš, i sad ja da pravdam kockare, kocka je kocka, ali imaš ljude koji recimo odigre dnevno 100-200 dinara tiket.
Dobro.
Stave 4-5 utakmice i onda taj dan gledaju, prate, razumeš, sport i svejedno bi, razumeš, gleda fudbal, a ovo je kao ono, razumeš, razlog više. Neko potroši 200 dinara na 400, na kutiju cigarete ili dve.
Da, naravno.
Neko odigra tiket. Ako 200 dinara daš svaki dan na tiket, i nisi neko minusu, kaže, ti mogu si da kupiš sladoled, da kupiš kutije cigara, da kupiš burek sa sirom, nešto, s mesom, ne.
Okej.
Po nekoj mojoj definiciji, isto kao što narkoman nije čovjek koji svaki dan, ili nije teški narkoman, koji svaki dan uživa jedan ili dva jointa marihuane, s tim što naravno nećemo tom čovjeku dati da vozi autobus ili tako nešto, znaš.
Ne.
Može recimo da radi kao šalterski službenik ili tako neka nebulosa. Ili recimo kao portir na uzu. Šta još nekim pretpostavljam. Nešto manje odgovorno. Da ljudi ne ginu zbog njegovih grešaka. Da, kao što rekoh, to je klađenje iz razmane, da kažem. 200 dinara neće nikog štetiti. Sad, imaš ljude koji ne uplaćuju tiket ispod 1000 dinara, a neki ljudi radi za 3000 dinara kao dnevnicu. Znaš, to je već diskutabilno, tu bi mogli da pričamo da neko, razumeš, ima problem s tim.
Jasno.
I on više se ne kocka, ono, sportski, razumeš, da bi on pratio, nego on već prati 3 lige, 4 lige, gleda papire, kako je ko igrao. On je već ozbiljno se ubacio u to, razumeš.
To je već ozbiljna droga.
Ozbiljna droga.
Znači, okej, ovako...
Imaš sportsko klađenje, kao što rekao. To je pretpostavljena stvar količine. Čovjek koji pojede pola kila mesa na dan nije gurman. Možda je samo mesožder, ono, uživa u dobroj šnicli. Ali čovjek koji pojede dnevno 5 kila mesa na recimo 80-90 kila težine, moglo bi se da je možda gurman, a? To je sve stvar količine.
Je. Gdje si stao beš?
Nemam pojma.
Dobro. Totku, čekaj, 100 evra si da, a da, ono, sjećam se. Tačno.
Koliko ih lako zaradiš, toliko se teško od njih odvajaš. To je sve što imam da kažem.
Da si dobio tad. Se sjećaš s njih?
Čega?
100 evra kad je uplatio tiket.
Na šta?
Šta je igrao, baš Srbija, tako? Da. Ne, davno, okej. Nešto davno bilo.
Na šta? To... Ljudi misle da će im se život promeniti ako dobiju pola miliona, milion dinara. I šta ćeš raditi? Ništa. Platit ćeš struju za pola godine ako si inteligentan, ako nisi, kupit ćeš kola i pošto si tako lako došao do tih kola, slupat ćeš se i ti kola. U neko dogledno brzo vreme. Pošto si tako lako zaradio taj auto. Ili će biti život na visokoj nozi. Na neko kratko vreme i onda posle opet prst guzicu. Halo?
Ja mislim da čovjek treba biti skroman samo i bit će sve okej. Ne. Milan kaže ne snim.
Pa znam da ne. Nikad nije bio normalno.
A što ne, Milan?
Uvijek treba hteti više, ali kako? Pa da, tako i onaj, kako zove, Harvey Epstein. Njemu nije bilo dovoljno da ima recimo seks sa ženom ili sa dve žene.
Dobro, Milane.
Ne, nego trebalo je napraviti ostrvo, dovesti maloletnike, razumeš, i karati njih. I onda kad je zaglavio robiju ili kad je načetio pogrešne ljude, onda su se obesili u zatvor. Ili su ga naterali da se obesili u zatvor.
Da, Milane, ali gledaj, kako ti, Milane, sve što kažeš ne pije vodu, znaš što? Ti sad rekao ne treba biti skroman, a čekaj, što si ti onda tu i što nisi na BG-u, bre, brate, vodi samog... Nemoj samo malo, opet tvoje kenjanje neko, ti samo kenje.
Prosipa muda.
Prosipaš muda, bre.
A light and high price. Hello.
No.
Ticket.
Ne. Ali ja sam dao, sad će ta tehnika i da nas uništi. A ja mislim da to već jeste. Što?
Terminator i Skynet. Sudnji dan.
Šta? Kako mi da znamo ko je loš čovjek, ko je dobar čovjek?
Možda je za tebe loš čovjek, za mene dobar čovjek.
Ne. Da. Da.
Smeće.
I must wait a moment. Impressive.
Dobro. Dobro. Tačno. Jes. Tačno. Njega smorilo to sve. Sve. Da.
Nice.
Nemoj to da... Jeste.
I'm not ready yet.
No.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Da, tako. Tačno. Da.
I'm not ready yet.
Čekaj, kako si rekao, znači pola koji vidi pola je... Dobro.
I must wait a moment.
Daš.
I must wait a moment.
Da. Kontam. Čekaj, aj sad, pošto si rekao i bogatstvo, to nije greh ako neko se ne diči s tim, šta?
Ako drugom ne nabijaš kurac, kako si ti bogat,
ali gledaj,
no?
slušaj,
Voli me kurac, si ti bogat.
pričamo, vrate, današnjem bogatstvu, jer ljudi svi na YouTube-u pokazuju Lamborghinije,
Lažno stanje.
kurce.
I'm not
Pa je li poenta da se pokazuje? Znači onaj koji to pokazuje je bad guy. Znači to je to.
Znači, džaba ti novac ako ne fleksaš, a?
A to je loša slika, brate, ja jebate gledam ljudi, nešto sve brate radi smije.
O čemu ti pričaš? O čemu ti pričaš? Jel su sliku u Vrbasu pored Ducati motora ili tako neka glupost, pored Lamborghini? Taj magarac.
Kristijan, ne.
Zašto? Zbog čega, šta? Zato što si ga vidio uživo, šta? Želiš da znamo mi da si ga ti vidio uživo? Jel zbog toga? Ili da možda fleksaš tom slikom pred nekom curom, da ga impresioniraš? Ako je potreban automobil ili motor da bi ti nekoga impresionirao, onda su bis.
Vište kako Snake to pametno razmišlja.
Onda je daj ključeve od automobila, motora i samo napusti objekt.
Tačno, Snake. A šta ćeš sad, Milan?
Neko ne želi tebe, želi ono što mu poznanstvo sa tobom pruža. Ne bi to da li je muško ili muško-žensko ili ne bi to.
To si lepo Snake rekao.
Trudim se.
No.
Au, brother.
Da su gluposti, nije, brate, on je skroman čovjek, brate. Znači, nego da on da hoće kupio bi i ovaj auto ili šta već.
Šta će to meni?
Nije ciganka, nego je nešto.
Šta imam od toga? Ti si ciganka. Ti si ciganka. Ti stvari kupuješ na popustu da što manje platiš. Sam teo da igram Diablo 4. Jes. Je li igra vredi 70 evra? Ne vredi. Jesam mogao da se cenkam za manje para? Mogao sam da kupim komplet Blizzard account. Neko ko recimo se ne sviđa igram. Za tipa 30 do 50 dolara, evra, ne. Neću da se ciganim. Kupio sam, dal sam puno pare. Znači hoću da probam punu igru, razumeš?
A pitam se sad što...
A ne, to nije treba njega da interesuje. To ne tada ga interesuje.
Dobro, Milana, stvarno što te interesuje?
On je taj koji je kupio Witchera 3 za 2 evra na Steam. Pošto je prešao piratsku verziju, naravno.
Ne.
Znači on prvo mora da proba, znaš. Kao što mi odemo u pekaru, odlomimo komad. Odemo i...
Kako on siromašan duhom, šta ti pričaš?
I jesmo li... Predraže, reci mi, da li postoji praksa u beogradskim pekarama da ti uđeš u prodavnicu, odlomiš komad hleba, probaš i ako ti se ne sviđa izađeš, ne platiš ako ti se ne sviđa. Pa tako bi Milan bi da proba prvo, znaš.
Nema degustacije s ove pekare sad.
Nema, ili ti se sviđa pa uzmeš i kažeš fu, ovo odvratno neću više kupujem ovdje nikad.
Nije to pijaca, to se na pijacu radi. A u ono pekaru kod nas to nema.
Ako ti se nešto sviđa, probaš. Znači, kupiš, to sam teo da kažem, izvini. On je teo da se cenka sa gazdom od toga silosa, da uzme tu gamersku stolicu za koju kao on tvrdi da ne bi nikad dao, ne znam koliko je, 500.000 evra, da mu dao zamjenu neku drugu stolicu, umjesto da kaže stolica mi se sviđa, dobre, udobne, ovo ono, kupit ću je, recimo, ne znam, kupit ću je. Ne, ono će se cenka za nju, što neće da da pare za nju. A ko je ciganka? Ja vidim tu jednog cigana. Taj cigan si ti. Ako ti se nešto sviđa, plati čovjeku koji je napravio to punu cenu. Nemoj da se cenkaš.
Šta?
Ja sam s njim imao debatu tu, bre. Oko razvoja igara, oko tih razvojnih studija, razumeš? Ne možeš ti da platiš nešto što je neko 3 godine, 5 godina kodirao, razumeš? Trošio struju, platu, gorivo. Što ti da platiš to 5 evra ili 10? Kako se tebi digne kurac?
Da.
Sad on ne kaže svoju verziju priče, ajde.
I've got sharp, blunt, sinister. I'll shave on that.
Pa dobro, on je takav, a ne...
Vidi, meni su i mama i baba trgovci, znaš? Uopšte nisam to nasledio od njih.
Da.
Ali previše cenim tuđi rad, da ako je nešto neko napravio ili odvojio trud, vreme i novac i kaže da je ta cena, ja ću cenkat malo. Otiću u 5-10 ću da vidim, razumeš, onih trgovina i platit ću ono koje je najpovoljnije, ali neću se cenkati tipa ispod svake cene, razumeš. Onda, brate, traži čovjeku džabe, razumeš, da ti da nešto. Traži džabe.
I will have these amulets returned to Zarbinset. If only they were the last to fall. Here is payment for your service.
Brate, ovdje ima 3 dungeona, šta je ovo? Ojeo, brale. Side dungeons, 12-20 godina, ne.
I'm not ready yet.
Aiton. Welcome to my channel.
The reason why I don't like it is because I feel like it's a it's too situational for Whirlwind. I don't really think it's gonna matter for Whirlwind. Like, you already overcap with resource gen on other things already. Yeah, it's too situational. Dealing 500 to 600 damage surrounding enemies whenever you crowd control, an effect is removed from you. I guess this is kind of good too, because obviously, like, with defensive, like this plus revenge is also like really good, because if you're playing Thorns or something like that, you could activate both of them at the same time. After spending 200, 150, 200 of your primary resource, next attack stuns enemies hit for 2 seconds. I guess that's okay. Malignant Pact, and these are the super ones. Cycle through a malignant bonus every 20 kills, 20% attack speed, 4 skills have 15% chance to restore your primary resource. Every 21 seconds gain a barrier absorbing damage. Like, I could see a lot of builds. Like, this is okay, I guess. The cycling is terrible. I actually don't mind the cycling. But I think we'll have to wait and see how this plays. Yeah, I'm actually not super negative about this. Creeping Death, your damage over time effect increased by 40%. Different crowd control effect is on the target. Unstoppable monsters take 130%. What the fuck? Damage from your damage over time effect. That's insane. Wow. Okay. Creeping Death. Critical strikes and all subsequent damage within 2 to 4 seconds is absorbed by your target. Then the absorbed damage erupts onto surrounding enemies. Stored damage is increased by 10% per second. I think this is cool. I'd have to see the way it plays. But I think this is cool. They want dots? Yeah. Yeah, you basically want to group everything up. Okay, so this is Barbarian. After spending 100 to 60 Fury, your next non-basic skill's critical strike chance is increased. That's it. While below 46 minute, you receive 50 to 60% more healing. Punishing speed, your skills have a chance, 20% chance to knock down all enemies. 1.5 seconds when that skill's attack speed. So my skills have a chance to do a knockdown whenever my attack speed is above 30 to 20. Ignoring pain. Incoming damage has a 5 to 15% chance of being ignored and instead healing you. I mean, these two synergize really well with an injured build, right? With a damage reduction while injured build. To be fair, they do synergize extremely well. Yeah, I can't wait to QA test this soon. Yeah. Okay, let's go next. The Moon Rage kills a 5% chance to summon a wolf companion by your side. In addition, gain +3 to wolves. This is stupid. They should make it infinite. Like, you should be able to summon 100 wolves. Like, if you kill enough mobs, you should be able to summon as many wolves as you want. Only 3? That's it? That's nothing. Yeah, the wolf pack. Yeah, you want to build your wolf pack. More minions and necromancer. Yeah, there you go. 8 to 13. Whenever there are 8 to 13 close enemies, automatically class cyclone armor. Oh wow. Up to 30 to 50 distant enemies are pulled towards you while you have an ultimate skill active. Okay. Why not just have everything get pulled in? +3 is the skill tree. Oh, I thought you meant +3 to maximum amount of wolves that can be active. Okay, that could be different. And when you're hit, stun freeze is a 46% chance to activate Grizzly Rage for 3 seconds. Okay, I guess this is probably a CC immunity. 10 conditions for each ability. Yeah. Okay. Alright guys, this is where we're gonna get the crazy minion stuff. Here we go. Walking near a corpse automatically activates an equipped corpse skill every second, dealing 40 to 30% reduced damage.
Sviđa mi se tvoje razmišljanje.
Autobomb?
Znaš, kad ti ja kažem, ako neko ima pitanje kako da se stavi konfiguraciju ili mašinu, da nikad ne pita Milana.
Dobro.
Jer, a da, neš imat para, to što on tvrdi neš imat para. A kad završiš sa bajkama i basama koje ti on ispriča, onda pita i mene, ne znam, Gardija, Kesu će ti dati bolji savjet nego on. Zato što je nerealno, razumeš? Nikad nije vjerovan.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Da te ne radiš da kurac, realno. A dobro, ali to je genetski, ti si takav crnogorac, razumiješ?
Šta sam ja, Mađar?
A dobro ti...
Šta sam ja? Moja mama je iz Nikšića. Šta je on baš?
A dobro, on je baš...
Ne, moja mama je baš iz Nikšića. Znaš, baš. Pitaj ga da mu se tata i mama rodili. Jel u Vojvodini ili, ne znam, tamo negde u Primorju. Ja mislim da su oba iz Vojvodine. Moja mama je baš iz Nikšića. Do 20. godine živjela tamo.
Otac na Cetinje rekao.
Aha. Da.
wait a moment.
Zeke. Welcome to my channel.
Nije on Crnogorac, on samo u svojoj glavi misli da je Crnogorac, znaš.
I must wait a moment.
Ti pravi, pod znacima navoda, Crnogorci, oni se, njima je glavna fora ostrogami, znaš.
Dobro.
Zato što su veliki vernici i veliki pravoslavci. I onda kad god neko sranje napravi, onda ostrogami. Znaš.
Ostrogami, da, sve mu je ostrogami.
Onda znaš da laži. Okej. Hello? Hello?
I'm not ready yet.
What the fuck?
Znam ja co.
I'm not ready yet.
Mislim da sam ja da ne mogu se, ne bi stalo.
I'm not ready
yet. Da.
I'm not ready yet.
But it's not.
Da.
I don't.
Ne mogu da sad filma, uglavnom.
I don't know if this is good or not.
To si pravo, da.
I really don't. Like, I think we should have to play this and see for ourselves. That sounds good. It does, but there's a damage reduction. Like, a 30% damage reduction is a lot. And also, like, you have to keep in mind, walking, Necromancer is the least mobile class in the game. And it's also extremely squishy.
Bash
And where are
Chalik.
the corpses going to be?
Welcome
next
to
the
my
other
channel.
monsters. So, like, I think functionally it might not work. Tendrils, though?
Yeah.
Ti se bori se matić.
Terrible.
Na postu
Tendrils aren't
pretpostavljam.
damaged anyway. Alright, we'll see what happens. When at least 5 enemies are near you, you gain an aura that automatically curses surrounding enemies with Decrepify. I think this is kind of good. What do you guys think? Seems good? Yeah, I think that's decent. Up to a 10 to 20% chance of inflicting fear. For 2.5 seconds, feared enemies are chilled for 20% every second. Kind of boring, I think, but okay. The Great Feast. Each minion drains 1 to 2 essence per second, but deals 50 to 75% increased damage. With no minions, this bonus applies to you and drains 5 essence per second.
Yes or no?
So what happens if you run out of essence? You go back to base damage. This could be good for some minion builds that basically don't use essence. Yeah. Can you cast without resources? You can cast some abilities without resources. It turns off.
Oh, what's up,
generating essence for minion builds with Iron Maiden, which generates essence as well.
Oh,
I could see this being really good. I just don't know. Let's see here. Robe. Chance to 20% stun, 3 grenades, and you stun enemies for 8 seconds. Again, guys, you guys are going to have to let me know what you think about these. I don't really play Rogue at all, so I don't have a lot of insight into this. Is Rogue good or bad? When you use Subterfuge skill, leave behind an unstable shadow decoy that taunts enemies. Shadow decoy trap will explode after 6 seconds, dealing damage. I don't know if that's good or not. I mean, is that good? I really have no idea. Sorry.
Oh, dobre.
20-40% chance of your cutthroat skills to slow by 40%. Your attacks have 5
Ništa se ne čujemo dobro.
This is good. Everybody says it's good.
Okay.
All right. Awesome. Good for you guys. Yep. Good for you guys. Great. Happy for you. All right. Let's look at Sorcerer. For each unique element you deal damage with, you deal 7 to 12% increased damage for 3 to 10 seconds. Dude, do you guys remember the Tal Rasha 6-piece in Reaper of Souls? And how it would, like, call down meteors and shit? Like, why don't they just make that happen again? Dude, that was awesome. Remember that? That was so fucking fun. Like, I would just add that back. Diablo 3 Tal Rasha was dope. Dude, whenever I finally got my 6-piece, I was so happy. After taking elemental damage, gain 40. Why would you add? I don't understand the logic. Why would you add? But why would? They admit that resistances are broken, and they're fixing them in Season 2. But they're adding something into the game that goes away before Season 2 even comes out. I don't understand. What's the logic here? This is crazy. Whenever you're affected by a crowd control effect, there's a 20 to 40% chance the same enemy and enemies surrounding you will also be affected by that effect. That's kind of interesting. This should be a baseline and not a sorcerer-only one. Core skills that launch a projectile consume all of your mana for the next 30 to 45 bars of mana. You launch an additional projectile and the damage is increased. This is kind of like Archmage in PoE. I kind of like this. I'm gonna be honest. I think this is cool. Not crazy. They don't even know resistances are broken. Yeah. Yeah, probably true. 3 to 5%. Well, no. But the additional projectile. It's like a baseline damage, and then it's an additional, so it's like pretty much the same amount. It should be core and mastery, so it can include meteor. Sure. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I just think that this idea is kind of cool. Losing all your mana for that is bad. I'm trying to remember what it was like whenever I played Sword. Because I only played it in the beta. Because, like, I like the idea of this. Am I stupid? Like, I like the idea of, you know, you spend all of your mana on one super powerful spell. But, like, if the downtime is too high, then maybe it sucks. Because, like, I think it sounds cool. I don't know. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. We'll have to see. Let's see here. Which class will you play on season release? Necromancer. I should just always play Necromancer. I remember, you know, like, the guy that runs the game plays a Necromancer. It probably won't be that bad, right? Sounds good with Chain Lightning that refunds a bunch of mana. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking of it in context of. So yeah, anyway, guys, these are the Malignant Hearts. This is the reveal for Season 1. Overall, I think that there are more L's than W's. I can understand the logic that Blizzard has with a lot of these changes. However, I don't think it's a surprise that a lot of people are very unhappy with the new season. And overall, I think that these changes do not actually fix the problems the game has. They just make every class worse while still having to adhere to the same problems that already existed, like vulnerability. I think vulnerability is bad. I think that vulnerability is too strong and shouldn't be treated as powerfully as it is. But Blizzard went about solving that problem by maintaining its relative position in the food chain of abilities, while just nerfing it. So instead of it being like, you know, here's everything else, and here's vulnerability, but it used to be up here. But even though it's down here, it's still better than these. So it doesn't actually affect your gameplay at all. You still have to stack vulnerability. You still get it. It's still the best stat. It doesn't change anything. Also, nerfing every single defensive ability, I don't know if after looking at these malignant bonuses, they're going to be able to make up for that. And personally, I don't think so. I'm going to try the game. I'll be able to play a Necromancer minion build. And if it doesn't work, fuck them. Fuck them. That's white. Asmon, you lose 750 armor via the heart slots. I thought that the heart slots didn't, I thought they didn't cannibalize existing gem slots. I thought I read that somewhere. They do. Huh. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Great. Can't wait for the emergency live stream. I'm sure that'll fix it.
Okay, nice.
Naravno. No nije to, brate, bilo nego do sada, brate. A plata mi nije bila, brate, malo.
Welcome.
It's been a long time. Edan's Adventures.
These are the memories of the forgotten.
Wait, what now?
Goodbye for now.
Interviewing Tiny Violin, the fifth horseman.
No, ja sam I to I, brate, rekao bio kolektiv ovo, ono, ljudi.
He's made history.
7/11, the day the earth stood still.
No,
the day that 30...
Ali kaže, iće prema volji.
Oh, it was.
6 very brave hardcore champions were killed in what can only be called an act of hardcore terrorism. Chat, today we have the opportunity to sit down with one of Classic WoW's biggest villains. The man that recently wiped an entire 40-man hardcore raid roster, Tiny Violin. First off, Mr. Tiny Violin, thank you for making the time for this interview. We've been trying to set this up for a couple days. I know you've got a very busy work schedule. How was your day at work today?
It was good. Before we start, though, I'd like to give you a brief introduction for those people out there who don't know me.
Okay.
Please, okay.
Here we go.
So, in Classic,
yeah, this one was an inside job, too, by the way.
Was wronged out of Scarab Lord and ATS.
Wait, what?
So, in Classic, I was wronged out of Scarab Lord and ATS.
There it is. That's right.
I then created 16 accounts.
So this is the villain backstory.
For opposite faction PvP.
Baš ti ona motivacija.
No, it's not. Kevin Jordan literally didn't even know that the buffs were dispellable. He literally said it wasn't. The world buffs, he said they weren't, but that's fine. It's fine. But just to clarify.
I then played with the Blizzard employee named Wolfjob, so he confirmed I was a driving factor in Chrono Boon. So anyone who likes Chrono Boon has me to thank for it. After Classic, I kept playing Vanilla since it's my favorite expansion, private servers, Seasons of Mastery, and eventually I found Hardcore.
Yeah, he wasn't dispelling. It wasn't about the buffs. It was about sending a message.
To 60 in Hardcore, and I played with HG Elite for about a year. I made friends with a lot of people in the guild, and I was one of the reasons they got so far. Without me, locks weren't putting up curses, there was no fairy fire, there was no IEA. Some warriors...
How the fuck do these people not know how to play the game? It's a one-button game.
...weren't even sundering.
Warriors were... What the fuck is going... How are these people... Bro, I don't even feel bad anymore. How do you fuck this up?
After every raid, I did a log review, and I helped warriors and mages with their rotation. I mean, the mages didn't even know how Ignite mechanics even worked. And, after raids, I played Scriblio with them. I made a lot of friends in the guild. But eventually I began to see some corruption within the guild. So the rules at the start were...
So the guild was up?
Much more strict. You couldn't use non-hardcore tunes for help. For example, you can't use a non-hardcore priest or mind control for sun buff. Some of my friends got birthed.
Talking with the sun buff is the war chief's blessing.
Booted early on for this exact reason. But once AQ-Nax came into question, more and more people showed up with med buff, but they actually refused to explain how they got it. So I actually learned.
So he thinks that because, and also like Tiny Violin, remember his specialty is world buffs. That's like his area. You know, like whenever they bring in, you know, there's like a TLC documentary about something like some pizzeria in New York, and they bring in like a fat guy with a mustache, and he's like his title is cheese, like you know, 1700s cheese expert. Well, this guy here is classic World of Warcraft world buffs expert. So he would know more than anybody else.
A lot of them had actually died, and they just altered their add-ons to keep playing. The rules were different for different people. So I brought up the Bren buff issue in Discord, and the response from leadership was hardcore servers. On top of this, the loot was
I mean, realistically, they can't, like, you can't micromanage what people do outside of raid time, and you can only control, like, you. What are they gonna say? What are they gonna do if somebody? Okay, somebody got the red black hand buff. Like, like, how can you actually? How can you like realistically arbitrate this?
Being very corrupt. There's leaked audio of Loot Council just stating, you know, I want these items and taking it. The same players who didn't even understand Ignite.
Leaked audio. Okay, where is it?
Mechanics. So, tension in H2 was getting high, people were unhappy. I would call out bad players in Discord, and people would praise me, others would hate me. It became polarizing.
Man. We used to have a rule back in the old days that every single night that I would raid lead, someone would quit the guild. It was like a quota.
Eventually, I realized the true spirit of vanilla hardcore was lost, and we weren't doing an official hardcore run. None of this would have been possible on an actual hardcore server, since majority of the guild had actually cheated. I started warning my friends that Judgment Day was near, and I was looking to put
That's smart. Judgment Day.
a stop to what I thought was fake hardcore.
Yeah.
I actually messaged all my friends and told them beforehand there would be an incident in tonight's snacks.
So,
I actually do have proof of people that were warned. Maybe they didn't believe me, but I can show you off screen some screenshots.
So did he tell him, like, don't come to school today? Is that pretty much what he said? Oh my god!
After the wipe, a lot of people were relieved. I got some thank you and I got some death threats. But the corruption didn't.
They were relieved. That's the best part about it. Finally, we've been released from this torment.
Stop there. After a lot of the HC characters died, they started entering BGs. They actually died again since the game was over for them. But then Dell had a change of heart and decided to go back into KT. So these people actually told them that they went into BGs and died, but he just brushed it off and just said he wanted to go back into Nax. Like, this was my problem with the situation. It was truly never hardcore. It was a fake accomplishment the entire time.
Well, of course it is, because it's not an accomplishment to begin with. Okay, sure. I mean, that's not too go. It's a one-button game. But...
Okay, let's unpackage all of that. We're going to do that over the course of the review. Thank you for showing up once again.
They want to set up shop in Dungeon Island, and I want out. I can't live in the swamp. I can't stay, and I can't leave.
Draculazra. Welcome to my channel.
But what a treasure. I can sell everything I find and leave. But there's someone else, more than one person, here, hunting for something. And I think if they find me, it won't go well.
Dobro. Jesi vidio koji sam titul izabrao?
Pa čim, čekaj. Da, Milane. Da, Milane, da.
Ispod imena u gornjem desnom ćošku. Zato sam se smeo ko bludna braća.
Da, realno, šta mi zove? Čekaj, ti misliš da neće imati veze ni sa našim rodom? I sa pradedima i sa svim.
Pa šta hoćeš? Ti obuci nošnju, zatakni kuburu za pojas i šetaj se okolo. Šta ti kažem? Ako hoćeš da držiš koren. I čini ti neko nešto loše, kaže upucaj ga. Shodno tradiciji.
Dobro.
Jer ga izazovi na dvoboj sabljom. Postoji dobar razlog zašto su dinosaurusi izumrli, znaš? A odgovor je zato što se nisu prilagodili, znaš? Klimi koja se menjala.
Dobro.
A da. Not like this. Not like this.
Tačno. Ne. Tačno.
You deserve this. Never seen anyone fight like you.
Oh, wow.
To je... I pogledaj gdje nas je to dovelo sad, šta rade ljudi?
Pogledaj dom svoj anđela.
Šta?
Iskini paučinu s oči.
Čekaj, Snake, čuo ti bre, si lud.
Mene ćeš prizore potresne. A?
Ponovi, Milene.
Repeat, please.
Sad je tek gore stanje.
Nisi validan da daješ komentare o društvu, Milane. Pošto nisi deo društva, ne doprinosiš ničim, samo trošiš kiseonik. Ako tvoje prevare nazivaš doprinosom čovječanstvu, onda...
Brate, hoćete prestati da ulazite jedan drugom u koje ste reći?
Čekaj, ako ja prvi nešto kažem, kako onda ulazi njemu reći?
wait a moment.
Dobro. Šta je dobro, šta je...
Over the last 2 or 3 days, I've seen people dismiss your behavior as you're a depressed, hate-filled, basement-dwelling psychopath. Would you say any of that is true?
Oh, not at all. I'm like the happiest person ever.
I would be too if I were you. Bro, like, I saw his channel today, he had 600 viewers. Bro, like, you run an ad at 600 viewers, you make money. You make like over $100. I was never happier in my life than whenever I was griefing people. The one thing that could always bring me joy was somebody else's lack of it.
I love playing vanilla WoW, and I have a blast.
Okay. I've also seen people calling you the Osama bin Laden of hardcore community, and that you're a
that makes sense, because, like, you know, the
hardcore terrorist. What's your response to that?
I don't think so.
He's basically Osama bin Laden. Yeah, I think that, you know, it's kind of the same thing, right? I mean, it's got to be kind of close, right? It's just kind of like... basically, yeah.
That was really helpful with the community. Like I mentioned earlier, like I would help them with like log reviews. I was really helpful with the community. I don't know why they would call me a terrorist.
Okay.
Welcome to my channel.
I don't think he's like a terrorist, so I think he's like a farmer, right? Or like a livestock farmer, where like you raise cattle up and you slaughter them. That's what it really. That's what.
This was not an accident. You were memeing a little bit. You were joking around when you made the comments about being in the corner. This was intentional.
So, like, even though this is clearly not grief, but the problem is everyone would try to mask the corner. So, in my best interest, I had to pretend it was the wrong corner. But Judgment Day was coming, and I talked to a few people I trusted the most, and I had to play it off as a raid accident, but at the end of the day, this was Judgment Day.
So it wasn't really a grief, and this is actually a very good point that he brings up. He wasn't really griefing them. It was just simply judgment. So, I mean, is that griefing? Well, no, I mean, judges are in real life, but griefing people? No. So, they're two different things. It's a good point.
Okay, so just to be clear, considering it was Judgment Day, this was not an accident. Judgment Day was pre-meditated.
Well, it's not griefing. It was just simply I said judgment.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, griefing. That
right, because it's just like, because griefing. How is? I mean, is God griefing on Judgment Day? No. No, that's what he does.
It has got a lot of nuance to it. I'm not sure how to define it. I'm sure the word griefing is terminologically in the eye of the beholder. But prior to this raid, you knew that you were going to do this.
So it's I like to give you an analogy. So like you know, like killing a killer. Is it really a bad thing if you kill another killer?
Man, that's a deep one. Yeah, now we're talking the ethics of death sentence. You said that other people knew in this raid.
Yep.
It's again, it's not
it was like kind of.
Dovoljno mi je pričati.
It doesn't really matter who did it. It matters that it happened.
Hey, that Judgment Day was going to happen. Is that true?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, that I can show you screenshots off screen, and I warned my friends not to pay attention. I don't know if they believe me or not.
A small violin played a sad song in the hall from Macronomus. Horseman massacred. Wrong corner. Every man's dead. Never return to life. Stone drink cannot save you. Careful from the yellow light.
Not, but they were warned beforehand.
Okay, and so the people that were warned, were these people that you were friends with, or that had been friends with you, or how did these people do that?
They were just like, they were good players. We had a kind of a similar mindset, you know, we wanted to do max characters, you know, we wanted to do well. They were just like cool people that, you know, I like genuinely enjoyed, you know, hanging around.
Ispod imena piše ti u gornjem desnom ćošku. Kako imaš okvir da ti pišu statistike, razumeš? Piše ti ono karakter Spirit Bones, pa piše ti ime S.W.Frost i piše ti titulu.
Aha, treba ovo da se sponi. Local full. Lokalni intoleranca.
Idiot. Ne, radio sam 300 side questova, pa postavio sam lokalno. I dobio sam kao ono, da biram titulu kao local legend. Ali sam radio nešto drugo i onda znam da sam dobio full. Kao idiot. Znaš, budal. I onda sam kao rekao, ovo zvuči dobro. Znači, niko ne bira niko ozbiljan ne bira druida. Svi ono, po defaultu biraju klasu s kojom mogu da igraju najlakše bez da nabavljaju gear, znaš. Svaka klasa je dobra, samo ono, ti trebaju dobri itemi. Neke klase ne trebaju dobri itemi, ono, iz kutije su dobri. Druid nije. Op, 10 milijuna. Prima. La 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 la. Milan Belada broj 2. Čovjek je sjeo na konja, izjahu iz kovačnice i skinuo se s konja, znači posle 5 metara.
The beast lives within you.
Boom. No, poczyszczone, ja myślę. Ja.
Must wait a moment.
like this.
Not ready yet.
Take this, my friend. It's not much, but I hope it helps.
Here. Something for your troubles. You deserve this. Never seen anyone fight like you.
Sjećaš se kad sam ti rekao za... Imam se motiv.
I could use some assistance. I must wait a moment. Ready yet. Greetings.
Steve Faker.
Afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, you don't want to give away that you're co-conspirators. I mean, that's gonna make you look bad. Yeah, first rule of Fight Club.
Do you think any of these people you told were on your side? How people were or were they like, hey bro, I hope that Judgment Day does not happen?
Honestly, I think they were deep. Like, there was a lot of issues with the guild.
Because if you live in a world full of sin, and sin is all around you, and you're forced to live in sin, there must be a time where you know that Judgment Day is coming, and you offer your body up to God and say, God, please save me in whatever way you deem necessary.
You know, with the cheating, people weren't happy about that. You know, the favoritism, how, you know, some people got special treatment. Like, how can this person do this, but it's not okay for the rest of the community? The loot was super corrupt. Basically, like, you know, I guess it might have been mixed feelings for them. Like, at the end of the day, like, they understood why it was done. Like, I believe that they understood it.
Like, let's be honest, God is a he's a much bigger asshole than Satan is. But you have to understand that it's part of his plan.
Like, I'll give you an example. A hunter got badge of the sword. He got the choker with equal 40 as badge of the sword. Like, the loot was completely fucked. Like, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so you would say...
I don't think that's a big deal. Like, badge of the Swarm Guard, who cares?
The reason why Judgment Day was necessary is because of corruption within the hardcore elite community and also selective enforcement of the hardcore rules. Is that pretty much why Judgment Day was necessary in your mind?
Absolutely, it was ruining the spirit of the villain. It's not real hardcore.
It is now.
Switching topics here for a minute. I'm sorry, I'll let you go.
Like, these players would not survive on a real hardcore server.
So this is like, again, this is like, so he's saying like natural selection.
When did he first get the idea to do a Judgment Day? Was it the full year?
Let me ask you this. I've seen some screenshots floating around of Team Muggsy giving you some information regarding this event happening.
Yep.
To what degree is Team Muggsy involved?
So, Team Muggsy was saying a lot of things, like playing flashbang sounds, and he got mad I didn't give him credit, but if you look at the timestamp, he was messaging me 5 minutes before poll. Like, he just wanted his 15 minutes of fame.
Oh, so you're saying Team Muggsy was sort of like...
So people were saying that Team Muggsy was the actual mastermind, but no, he wasn't the mastermind. Tiny Violin was the actual mastermind, and Team Muggsy was just trying to coattail onto there.
That's nonsense. With the Judgment Day, after it had already been planned.
Oh, absolutely. Like, someone obviously told him it was about to happen. So, while the raid leader was explaining the fight, he was messaging me on Discord. So, like, the stuff he was saying, like the flashbang and stuff, like, the outcome would have been the same, regardless of what
he said. I think they would flip out when Mob is in the middle of Mal, but whatever, this is the best strat. If you have threat, it will work very normal, it will be very focused on Thane. So so taunt, count to 5, move to Thane, do I stand on Thane? Just be near the stack. Man, they're gonna be so choked. This is what the end.
Okay, I just want to double back for one moment real fast, stepping away from the Muggsy. So, you said you've been playing in Hardcore Elite for how long? 6 months or so?
Yeah, over 6 months.
Okay, so
better part of the year.
First entered Hardcore Elite community.
Was Judgment Day your intention, or did you just feel like it needed to happen after things you had experienced after already being in the community?
Oh no, God no! Like when I first joined, like I'm just a vanilla WoW enjoyer.
So he was a good boy, a honest, just God-fearing American Christian world buff dispeller that had no bad intentions. But when he saw the evil and the sin in the soul of this community, he knew that there had to be divine retribution. All it takes is one bad buff.
Like I said, it's my favorite expansion. I love WoW. It's just all these things started to happen, and I just, like I said, I just started to realize like it wasn't real hardcore. Like I made friends, and I still plan on playing with some of these people in you know the next iteration, whether it's Song 2 or you know official hardcore. But I just started realizing that this wasn't really hardcore. Like these achievements and accomplishments were more meaningless.
Now, let me ask you this. I've seen rumors swirling around that you were actually financially incentivized to carry out and execute Judgment Day. People are pointing to you receiving a bunch of, I don't know, maybe like 300 gifted subs or so after Judgment Day had been executed. Were you
Well, I don't think that he was paid off for it. I just think people were happy that it happened. I don't think he was paid off. No way. Sorry, there was an ant that got on my monitor. I had to cut him in half with the scissors. You got it.
Get off by someone.
No, I did this because they were ruining the spirit of hardcore and vanilla. Like what they were doing was not right. I even told people not to give me subs because it was never about the money. Like I've been streaming for years. I'm not a nobody. I'm a small to medium-sized Twitch streamer. And I'll give you an example of someone like Crix. For someone like Crix to say I'm a nobody is false. It's never been about getting popular. I actually used to like Crix, and I watched his streams, but the guy is going around all over social media. I see him on Reddit, on YouTube videos, every Twitch chat that talks about me. I don't know what I did to him. Maybe he voted for Joe Biden or something and I offended him, but he's going around saying I had no followers before. He's saying I was a nobody. In reality, I already had a decent following. I was a small to medium streamer. Usually had
I'm not ready yet.
Apparently, he was on a spider web. I didn't even know this, but I had a spider in my he's been living in my monitor.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, the thing is, like, he streamed kind of regularly, and he streamed apparently more in April 2021, and I feel like, yeah, I mean, 20 viewers, that's pretty good. And you can see, look at the titles. Death equals Petri. Death equals Petri. Death equals Petri. Nax GDKP diaper run. Let's read some of these some more of these titles here. Do we have any other titles?
I must wait.
So you can see how he began to get disillusioned. You see how this is? And it was somewhere, like maybe it wasn't 6 months, because he put death into his delete, but then something happened where it was death equals Petri.
around 100 viewers during my HC streams. So it's disrespectful for someone to say, you know, oh, he's a nobody streamer. And, you know, it would actually demotivate a lot of small streamers to hear something like that.
Tiny Violent, who are you supporting in the upcoming 2024 U.S. presidential election?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not a U.S. citizen. I'm from Canada, so...
Oh, you're Canadian, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not ready.
Okay.
I didn't think a Canadian would be capable of this, actually. It's actually surprising. I wouldn't have expected that.
Let me ask you this. So you're saying you were not paid any real-life money to carry out the attack. So the idea is anyone that subbed or gifted subs to you as a result of this Judgment Day execution, these are just people that are in favor of this having happened, yeah?
Well, so like these players are going back into Nax after dying in Battlegrounds. Like, what do you think about that?
Let me put it this way. I am happy we're getting official hardcore servers.
Am I the only person who like doesn't really think it matters that much? Like, I've always said before that, like, I think that, like, getting griefed and losing your character is, like, kind of cringe. It's, like, not really supposed to happen. So, like, if they go in and they do a battleground or something like that, like, why do battlegrounds count in the first place, right? It's just weird. I don't know. I think it's just, like, I think that people's rule system with Hardcore Classic is, like, very distorted.
On which there will be no appeals or resurrections.
You should be able to do BGs. Yeah, I think you should be able to.
You know, here's actually a great follow-up question. Do you... What are your plans for the upcoming official hardcore servers? Do you plan on future Judgment Days on the official hardcore servers?
No, so I actually, like, absolutely not. I plan on leading the Horde. I have an entire army that will follow me there. Like right now, I'm currently managing 2 Nax raids on White Main Era. We started doing Nax with people literally in green gear a month ago. Like we're doing an hour 20-minute Nax, and we started from nothing, and we'll be doing sub 60-minute runs soon. Like we're the best and fastest guild on Era, and like it took other guilds 2 years to get where we are now. Like we're gonna roll Horde, and you know we're gonna crush it over there.
What would you say to the thousands, perhaps even millions of people that are tuning in right now that are condemning your actions, thinking that you should be banned for what is allegedly griefing in their mind? What would you say to those people?
Okay.
Well, it's not griefing. Like that's the thing. Like what I did was not griefing. Like I mentioned, it's Judgment Day. Like
it's a very good point. Yeah, how could it be griefing if it's Judgment Day? Do you see kind of what you see the argument there? Because how could it be if it's something? How could it be one thing if it's something else? Yeah.
Honestly, it had to be done, and anyone that experienced, like anyone that experienced, like what was actually going on would understand. Like people from the outside.
Right. So it's like wasn't even griefing. Like honestly, like if anybody should get banned for griefing, it's the rest of the people in the guild. Because they're the ones that were not really playing hard. They were the ones that were filing appeals and stuff. So like, if anybody should get banned, it should be them.
Honest.
He's the only person that shouldn't get banned.
Goodbye for now.
They just hear one side of the story. They just